Coming to you live from deep within an icy, radioactive wasteland, we are the survivors of the social justice zombie apocalypse. The few, the brave, the apparently being called right at this moment. Right at this... I apologize, people. Karen, I think you're going to have to
If
say
it's
something.
numerous, just fucking throw your phone into a black hole, into a singularity, and they'll never call you again.
I'll have to locate it first.
I'm lying. They'll call you again 15 minutes later.
I have no freaking clue where yeah, I can't. You know, it's like a ghost phone. All right, should I just start again?
No. I think we're
I
good.
think the veneer of professionalism has already worn away. I think we
It's
just need to
gone.
barrel into it.
Well, yeah, maybe I should at least say the title.
Everybody
Yes.
knows who we are.
Rantzerker number 37. Too long, don't read. 36 questions from clueless women, and today we have a special guest, TL Dare.
Hi.
The original, too long, didn't read.
And also my mystery ghost phone. Okay. Do you want to just start? Just start this thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not even going to try and be professional about this. Let's just I've watched other people doing this thing already. I've not watched it in itself, but it hurt my brain too much. I want this to end. We've been here for about 30 seconds already, and I just want it to go away.
We haven't even started, and he's already like, just kill me right now.
Yeah.
Just kill me. Put me out of my misery. All right, here we go.
How does it feel to be the same sex as Donald Trump?
How do you answer that?
Like I said in the ad, how does it feel to be the same sex as Imelda Marcos or Michelle Bachmann or Elizabeth Bathory or Eileen Wuornos? Why would it feel like anything? Why would it feel like anything?
Well, Jill dear, you're the same sex as Donald Trump, I think, but not the same species.
No, it doesn't bother me either way whatsoever. It's just we're on point one, and they're already trying to like lump everyone together into big collectivist boxes. It's like, oh, you're a man, so how does it feel to be the same sex as someone I don't like?
Yeah,
Well, it feels totally fucking irrelevant because I'm not that person. I am a totally separate entity. Well, how does it feel for you being the same sex as Myra Hindley? Like one of the worst child abusers and child murderers in British history. I'm sure anyone from Britain will know that name. Probably not if you're American or Canadian. Just look it up. She was fucking horrendous. She abused dozens of children, murdered them, and buried their bodies out in the middle of the moors and wasn't caught for years. How do you feel knowing that you share genitals with someone like that, goddammit?
I have a question for Karen. How do you feel about sharing the same gender with a woman who asks a loaded question like that?
Well, you know what drives me crazy is they're not asking how does it feel to be to share to be the same sex as Nikola Tesla or fuck, what's his name, Alan Turing, or any of these people who gave us like incredible strides, Sir Isaac Newton, right, Copernicus, right? How does it feel to be the same sex as these men who accomplished amazing things and made massive strides forward for humanity? No. They're just like, how does it feel to be the same sex as a giant dickhole, right? As a guy that I don't approve of morally, right? Like so the collectivism only runs in one direction, right? Oh, you're the same sex as this bad man, right? How does that feel? Not you're the same sex as this extremely accomplished person who did a whole bunch of noble and wonderful things for humanity. No. That's not a question that we're concerned about. We're just concerned, like how does it feel to be the same sex as Charles Manson or Jack the Ripper or Roman Polanski or like freaking Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy or Donald Trump or Hitler, right? Whatever. Why would it feel like anything? What kind of brain do you have where you think that anybody would feel any way about that?
I'm suspicious that that Donald Trump is as bad as all of those people.
Well, like, frankly, I'm not a big fan of Trump, but I can understand why he's popular. And these people are, in part, the ones who are driving his popularity, right? Because he's the anti this, right? And every time they lie about something that he said, right? Oh, you called women pigs and bimbos, fat pigs and bimbos. And he's like, only Rosie O'Donnell. He only called Rosie O'Donnell a fat pig and a bimbo, right? He didn't call all women fat pigs and bimbos. Like, why, if you have to twist what he's said to make him look bad, then, you're just making him more popular. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, I think. Ooh. Okay, just a second, Karen.
Mm.
I'm gonna do the usual to resolve this issue, and then hopefully.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, I just muted her for a second, and then I'm unmuting her, and that should resolve the echo issue.
Hopefully, yes.
Yes.
All right.
Banana?
All right. Are we moving on? Yes.
I think so. Yes.
Yep.
All right. Da 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 da.
Here's our catchy and annoying music that's going to play throughout the background of the entire music so that you'll be distracted from the enormous amounts of bullshit that we're going to force down your throat with our incredibly loaded presentation. Enjoy!
Yeah, also, Karen, get rid of that ad.
Oh, okay, but you know what I found really interesting about what I find really interesting about this particular style of video is they're getting even worse. The 48 things from HuffPo, 48 things women hear that men just don't, right? At least there was an actual division. There was an actual place that you could stop between where one statement ended and the next one began. But in this one, they're actually overlapping the audio of the different statements, right? So it's really, really hard to cut the video where you've finished what one person has said and the other person has not yet begun talking, right? And all of this is designed to make it happen so quickly, right? Make all of these statements happen so quickly that you never have a chance to actually sit down and think about any of them in particular. And then you're left with this sort of overall kind of propaganda thing that you haven't actually had any opportunity, any time and space to consider the validity of. You've just got this overall huge sort of theme that's stuck in your head because they just ran all of these things one after another, overlapping them, making it impossible for you to stop and actually contemplate whether any of them is valid. So.
It's quite the hypnotic gish gallop, really.
Yeah.
I've started just calling them gish galloping prats because it's a totally apt description for them. We all know what the gish gallop is, where you just throw a shitload of points at someone.
Yeah.
And you just kind of rely on overwhelming them so quickly with points that they can't ever really recover from it. It's like, okay, well, you said this at the beginning, and then you try and address that. It's like, oh, no, but what about this point? What about this point? What about this point? It's like, well, if you'd stop fucking talking for like 10 seconds so I can actually do it, then I'll go with that. And the reason for the prat part is, well, the point refuted 1,000 times, PRATT. Usually what these sorts of people throw around as well is the point refuted 1,000 times. Like, I guarantee you, I've not even really watched this, so I can't remember any of the points they make, but I guarantee you there's going to be the sort of things like the 1 in 5 women or the wage gap or something like that is going to be put in here. Even though it's been refuted and addressed so goddamn many times, they're still going to put it in because it adds to that extra gish gallop. It's just that this is going to take you so fucking long to ingest and deal with. And they often just fucking know that what they're saying is totally wrong. And it is just a strategy of hypnotize people, and you probably won't notice half of the bullshit that we say. You'll just accept it and swallow it all. Which is, again, why we have this constant sort of light music going all the way through it, and why they overlay the audio from the next person with the previous person's face by a couple of seconds. It's just so it all fucking runs together.
Yeah.
As you said, just to stop you from being able to say, right, stopping here, addressing your point, here's why you're a fucking moron, next person.
Yeah, no, it's just like a massive sluice of bullshit. You know, like
The
it's
fire hose of shit, as Goodfellow would say.
Yeah. Yeah, 3
So-
seconds of shit sprayed anywhere, congratulations, you're now spending the next 5 hours cleaning it up.
Ugh.
All right.
And then they accuse you of, oh wow, way to write a novel, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
cherry
they will then
picking.
do that. It's like, oh, you're over-analyzing things. It's
Or
like,
TL
oh, that's another thing which I wanted to make a point about this. These little light-hearted bullshit gish-galloping prats, they fucking love doing this thing where it's like, oh, you've responded in depth to this. Oh, it was just meant to be a bit of light-hearted entertainment. Why are you over-analyzing? Why are you so serious? It's that thing that we're seeing feminists doing now where it's, oh, you're over-analyzing. Why are you taking it so seriously? It's satire.
Yeah.
It's that same fucking argument again,
Yeah.
basically.
Oh yeah, no, it's not serious. We were just being, lighthearted and silly and goofy, right? Yeah, no, except you aren't. You know, when Obama puts down the 77-cent statistic and doesn't pick it up again, then there may be something to say about how, oh, we're just using it in a satirical way, or we're just having some fun with, stuff. But when you bring it up and then he brings it up in the context of bringing in like massive, cumbersome, intrusive legislation to fix the problem, right, that doesn't actually exist the way any of you are claiming it does, then yeah, no, it's serious. So it's not.
Let's not forget the inevitable Kafka trap of, oh, you took this joke thing so seriously, you're being so defensive. Oh, well, that's just proof that we're right.
Yeah.
These things are becoming so fucking carefully. It's like they found this perfect medium where no matter what you do, you are always wrong because you're either taking something too seriously that wasn't supposed to be, proving that you're guilty because you're defending yourself against it, or giving a fucking teal ear to it.
Yeah.
You can't fucking win!
No.
It does sometimes feel like that. So dive deeper.
Okay.
Deeper.
Let's go.
Do you hate rom-coms? Or do you just feel like you need to hate them? Everybody.
No, rom-coms are pretty hateable. And I feel no need to hate them because I'm not supposed to hate them being a female, but I do find myself hating them.
And that's not to say that romantic themed movies, like, there were some really good ones in the 1980s, like Pretty
Yes.
Some Kind of Wonderful, and sort of these, even just these angsty kind of romantic situations, particularly among young people. I mean, like, a lot of them were very good. A lot of them were well done, but you have other ones that are just absolute. I mean, even Meet the Fockers, I really enjoyed. That was a romantic comedy. I really liked that movie. It made me really angry because every time Gaylord Fokker, Greg Fokker, got unfairly condemned, demonized, picked on, singled out, or some shitty piece, unlucky thing happened to him that just made all of that worse, right? It just made me so angry on his behalf that people were not ever seeming to be willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I mean, I enjoyed the movie. Like, they can be decent, but for the most part, they're derivative. They're shallow. They rely on some of the most retarded sexist tropes about men and women, and it's just they're just not that good.
I like Big. Like, I recently watched Big and I quite enjoyed it. So I have to second that. There's some good romantic comedies from the 80s, but then something happened in the 90s and after.
Well, I
It
think
became tremendously obnoxious.
I think everybody realized that there was money in rom-coms, and what ended up happening was you had a bunch of rom-coms that got made that just were essentially, oh, this is the next big thing. Let's jump on this bandwagon, right? But like rom-coms, they can be good, but for the most part, nowadays they're just garbage. So
I
I
think
think I don't know if Teal Deer wants to add something to that.
Not really. Oh god, the echoes. Kill
yeah,
it.
just give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it isn't it okay? I mean, do women have to like action movies? Is the corollary? Does this apply? Does the corollary apply that women must like action movies or they're sexist?
Well, of course not. I mean, action movies are becoming really big because... Do I go on the rant now or not? Probably this is the appropriate place. Have you noticed, like, how all these comic book things are coming back and becoming really fucking big now? Is it starting to feel to anyone else like the 2010s are just like the late 80s, early 90s kid geek shit coming back with, like, a shitload of money behind them? That's what I feel like it's becoming now. Maybe that's just me.
No,
But,
well, it's touching on what people loved when they were teenagers.
yeah, I don't know. That just kind of annoys me for some reason. It's like, come up with something original. But yeah, this thing, it's like, if you don't like this, it's like, do you just feel like you're not supposed to? It's like, well, no. People will like things if they're good. If a large amount of stuff in one particular genre happens to be garbage, then yeah, people are going to think that that entire genre is fucking garbage. It's just nothing particularly unusual about that. But why does it have to be like, oh, if you don't like them, it's because of some sort of social pressure? I'm sure there are guys out there who like rom-coms. I mean, and I suppose going to what you were talking about earlier with things like Meet the Fockers and whatnot, I think there's maybe a bit of a difference between a comedy film that has romantic elements and something that is romantic that then has comedy elements. I think it might be something to do with the ratioing in there, but any sort of rom-com things that I've watched around and about the place, things like, oh, what's the name of that British one with those British people? I can't
Bridget Jones.
remember the name of that's that sort of thing. So many of them just seem to be more like female masturbatory material of, oh, the comedy situation is two men are fighting over a woman and they do it in a really stupid way because tropes. Like, no, sorry, that's just shit.
Well, I mean, like, okay. Granted, I will give you that is a female masturbatory fantasy. Okay, just like a lot of action movies, the Die Hard movies and all of those things, one would maybe say that those are sort of male heroic masturbatory fantasies, right?
Absolutely.
But nobody expects that all women should like Die Hard movies, otherwise they're sexist,
Yeah.
right? Otherwise, obviously, they have issues surrounding their security and their own femininity and blah blah blah, right? And they feel threatened by movies like Die Hard, and that's why they don't like them, right? I have no problem with sort of the male masturbatory heroic fantasy inherent in movies like Die Hard, inherent in all kinds of action movies, right? No problem whatsoever. I think that those movies, if guys like them, that's awesome. If women like them, that's also awesome. But if women don't like them, well, they're not being made to appeal to a broad audience of women. They're being made to appeal to men's kind of fantasies about themselves and all of that. And if rom-coms appeal to women and don't generally appeal to men, that's not because men in general, have a fear of being emasculated from watching rom-coms. It's just because it doesn't appeal to them, right?
Yeah. I also just point out something here. This is quite a modernized view of films that they're looking at here. If you watch a lot of older films, like old black and white 40s, 50s sorts of things, like the war films and whatnot, a lot of them have romantic elements in them. Like, a lot of them have male stars, and their wives and coming home to their girlfriends and all those sorts of things. They might not have the comedy element, but they certainly have the romantic element. And
Yeah.
men fucking loved those films. They were really popular in like World War II cinemas, not only on Civvy Street, but also being out on the front when they'd set up little things after coming back from doing horrendous war stuff. Those sorts of things were popular because they kind of reminded the guys of what they were doing and why they were doing this absolutely horrendous behavior. So this idea that's like, oh, men don't like romance in their films. No, that is a very sort of modernized view of entertainment that you've got there, and certainly not consistent throughout the entire history of cinema. If the history of cinema is going to tell you anything, it's that actually men can and do quite enjoy love and romance stories if they're done in a way that they like. Just because they don't like it necessarily in the same way that women, that doesn't mean that men don't enjoy a good love story or can't.
That's true. I mean, if you read any Hemingway, holy shit.
Mm.
And the original Four Feathers, not the remake with Heath Ledger, but the original one in black and white, just had a very, very, sort of unrequited, or, sort of love gone wrong, and he set out to rescue his friends in order to redeem himself in the eyes of this woman who thought he was a coward, right? So there's so many elements of that romantic. Here's why I'm doing this. Here's why I'm suffering, and like you see this in all kinds of movies, all kinds of classic male written literature, and all of that, right? And it's just because it doesn't like that. Because there's a different set of tropes and a different set of themes that tend to appeal to women more than men, does not mean that men are like that they're worried that their balls are going to tuck up inside them, forming what some may call a mangina, for reading or consuming this kind of material. It just doesn't speak to them. It doesn't speak to their motivations. It doesn't speak to who they are. It doesn't speak to the themes that they want to read about. So yeah, it's
Banana.
banana.
Everybody likes The Notebook. Everybody likes Beyonce.
No, we don't.
Well, you know what? I haven't seen much of her, but what I have seen, I wish I hadn't. So I would say that I have to cast my vote on no. I don't like Beyonce.
I mean, I don't mind her, but she's not all that in a bag of chips. And The Notebook, Ryan Gosling he's kind of cute, but that whole kind of when the romance is the entire story, it just doesn't really appeal to me. I need something more there. Even writing romance, I need something more.
I don't think there's much to say on the topic of Beyonce.
No, it's just you either like it or you don't. I don't, and I've never seen The Notebook. I'd be totally open to watching it, but don't tell me that I like it if I don't. Fucking simple.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're getting at. I mean, this is so far this is really trivial stuff. Maybe this is just intended to be incredibly trivial and show how, in general, this is petty.
This statement essentially is saying everybody likes Beyonce, everybody likes The Notebook. That's just a fact. And anybody who says that they don't, it's because they're like covering some shame, right?
Covering some shame. Okay.
Yeah, it's like they're denying it, they're protesting, and it's like, oh, methinks thou dost protest too much that you don't like The Notebook, right? Because everybody likes The Notebook, and if you say you don't like The Notebook, that's obviously because you're worried that liking The Notebook would reflect poorly on your masculinity or some shit, right? That's essentially what they're saying here, is that the only reason to say you don't like The Notebook is because you're worried about like losing your balls.
So we live in a society where everyone secretly likes The Notebook, but cannot speak it because it's the love that that dare not speak its name.
Yeah.
This is okay. All right.
Banana.
It's just a fact. Why do you make women sit around and talk about men in movies?
What?
This is the Bechdel thing. She's essentially saying all male screenwriters do is make women sit around and talk about men in movies. Well, what the fuck do you think women talk about, female characters talk about in rom-coms? What do you think they talk about in rom-coms?
Well,
You know, that thing that we're supposed to like, and if we don't like, it means that we're just worried that, our dicks are going to shrivel up.
all right. Yeah, I know it's an allusion to the Bechdel test, but do they seriously think every single goddamn man writes women to talk around? I mean, it's like they're creating a hive mind for men, and it's absurd. It's just as absurd as the hive mind they create for women, because all women apparently think the same way as they do.
Well, they all apparently love Beyonce in The Notebook.
Okay, well, the thing is, if you're going to have a group of characters that you can pretty much have an incredible amount of flexibility and nobody's going to complain, you make an evil guy, nobody's going to complain. Nobody's going to be like, oh, that's misandrist. You just can't handle a powerful man. Or if you make a cowardly guy, nobody's going to complain. You can do all kinds of things with men's character and explore all kinds of ideas and moral questions with men. That's why they're talked about, because male characters are interesting. Female characters, and this is something that is inevitable because people like BuzzFeed complain when anyone explores negative aspects of being a human being with a female character. They complain, so all you get is this sort of tapioca, warm, vaguely positive, everything is good about them female characters, that all they do is morally judge male characters. And what else would they be able to do? They don't actually have any character arc. They don't have any flaws or failures or anything.
Yeah, I mean, because if they're cowards, then that's misogynistic, and if they're evil, then that's also misogynistic, and if they make mistakes, then oh my goodness, you're questioning the competence of all women, and if they're just mean and petty, then oh you're making a statement about all women by having this mean, petty female character, and I mean, like you really can't do right for doing wrong when it comes to female characters. It's the same. It's just like that whole race fail thing all over again, where the culmination of the massive furor in the science fiction and fantasy writing community was that white authors have an obligation to write characters of color, but they simultaneously have no right to write characters of color.
Postmodernism, yay!
Postmodernism. Sorry, we have have we told you about Ad Verdison?
No.
Yeah, the guy who's postmodernism guy.
Oh, he leaves a bunch of comments. I never quite know exactly where he stands or what his opinions are. He just leaves comments that are very
dense and very concerned of postmodernism.
Yeah, but I mean, I just it's hard to really get where he's coming from. So.
All right.
Banana.
Y'all easily just sit around and talk about boobs for hours. Why do
Teal,
yeah, boobs are great.
Do you talk about boobs for hours?
I'm trying to think of the last time I had a discussion about boobs full stop.
Well, I think we were talking about bras the other day.
Yeah, I mentioned something about bras because somebody else was complaining about them. They were like, oh, we have so many choices of bra and it's really oppressive.
It's oppressive.
Yeah, women come in all sorts of different shapes and sizes, and boobs are come in different shapes and sizes, and some hang and some don't, and all of these combinations exist because you need to have the most amount of choice possible to cater for your own individual situation. That was actually the last time that I spoke about boobs, and it was to myself for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, for about 5 minutes, and you weren't even talking about boobs. You were talking about bras. Right?
Yeah, it's not something that comes up in conversation, really. I mean, even even back in like military days, when I'm surrounded by some of the roughest, gruffest kinds of blokes imaginable, we didn't actually even particularly talk about boobs. It actually, quite interestingly, was not something that came up. In fact, generally the thing that came up when we were talking about women went along the lines of, there's two types of girls for you when you're in the military: those that leave you before you go in, and those that leave you after you get in. That was pretty much the extent of the conversation about boobs. Yeah, again, not really something that comes up, and that's supposed to be like hyper masculine, macho environments, and it never came up. So
Like, I just, like, when my boyfriend's been drinking, and he, wants some nookie, sometimes he'll be like, he'll be like, I need some boobs, and he'll say it a few times, and then the conversation just shifts it to other things. Like, I don't like, guys like boobs, but they don't seem to, like, it's not a discussion topic.
Well, it's not a discussion topic the way that I guess guys are for women, because I mean, here's the thing. If guys like boobs or guys like faces or whatever aspects of the female form, women seem to like to be able to get guys to do shit. So there's a lot of conversation around that, and that often is a very it's a complicated, psychologically fraught conversation that has many different avenues and possibilities to it. So it's like a, I don't know. I guess you could imagine, just to insult everyone, you could imagine that a cow's thoughts about the farmer is mostly around feed, whereas the farmer's thoughts about a cow is how to keep it from getting thrush in its feet, and how to groom it and other shit, and how to keep it pacified as he puts a bolt through its brain, that kind of stuff. I may have gone very dark places with that.
Well, like, when my boyfriend talks about, like, when we're watching a movie or something, and sometimes he'll pause it and he'll say, one thing about Rachel Weisz is that she's actually gotten more attractive as she's gotten older. And like, and he's just like, there are some women, Kate Blanchett, Rachel Weisz, Naomi Watts, right, who seem to almost, as they've hit their 30s, mid 30s, even 40s, right, that he finds them more attractive at that point than he did when they were in their 20s, right? And that's about as far as he will ever really discuss any of these, like, any women on the TV screen or whatever. He just doesn't, it just doesn't really, like, as far as their boobs or their legs or their figures or anything, no.
yeah, I'm just trying to think back throughout my entire life. Like, so many of the conversations I've had when it comes to women, it's never been about, like, oh, she's got nice tits, oh, she's got nice, this sort of stuff doesn't actually come up. Most of the conversation surrounding women is normally, oh, I'm kind of interested in that girl, I should probably ask her out, oh, maybe I shouldn't, maybe I should, what should I, like, how do you pick up a girl that you want? That is, like, the majority of the conversation when it comes to dealing with women between men. Seriously, this idea that's like, oh, men, it's just like, oh, just boobs. No, it's more like, yeah, I'm kind of interested in that girl, what am I going to do? Or like, oh yeah, she dumped me, I feel like shit, we're going to go out and get drunk.
Yeah, what age are they talking about, too? And the other thing is, let's compare it to how much women talk about cock in public.
Yeah.
Just like, you walk past a break room and they'll be comparing, Alan's penis in accounting. It's like you realize that Alan works there, right? And probably walks past. No, that doesn't matter. Alan doesn't have feelings. We just need to make sure that we say and do the right things to pacify him before we put a bolt in his brain. All right.
Can I just say this is like the longest conversation I've had about boobs for like months.
Well, and it hasn't even really been.
And they started it.
It hasn't even really been about boobs. It's about what men actually talk about when they talk about women. which is generally not boobs. Yeah. So, all right, moving on.
You automatically assume that you won't like TV or movies that star a female lead.
Why is it?
Because
I spent like half an hour finding really good pictures to put at the end of my ad video of movies that were, and TV, some TV shows that have been popularized primarily by male audiences, right? That star female leads, right? I don't think Kill Bill got popular because it was women rushing to the theaters. I mean, I'm sure there are women fans, but it was primarily made popular by the male audience. Same with Alien and Aliens and Alien 3 and Alien 4, right? Same with the Terminator movies. Even
It doesn't matter what the lead is. No one really gives a fuck. What people care about is this good? Is it entertaining? Are the characters convincing? Then I will watch it.
you restrict, and like calling back to what I was saying, they really restrict what they can explore with female characters. No, it's like watching something recently on media. It might have been it was Mass Effect, like the cinematics in Mass Effect. Holy shit, was Shepard had the crap kicked out of him by the end of that. And I'm like, that would never happen to a female character. They never really have the same consequences. Therefore, their story is less interesting. I mean, if you knew that this woman, on the screen could potentially get absolutely the crap kicked out of her in the process of the story, it'd be more interesting to find out the consequences of her actions. But because she'll probably just be treading water in a lukewarm, vaguely comfortable environment through the entire process of her story, and never actually experience any kind of depredation or serious physical injury, it's boring. It's like you completely reduce how many things you can do with female characters based on the fact that their consequences can never be too extreme. Therefore, their stories are boring as hell.
Well,
Silence.
that was one of the reasons why the first book that I wrote became quite popular. It sort of had it wasn't like popular as in like a bestseller or anything like that, but the people who liked it really, really, really liked it. And part of the reason for that is like one of the very first scenes, she gets kicked in the face. And in another scene, she gets beaten half to death. And, I put her through a whole fucking shitload of really awful stuff. And I absolutely had no problems even making her do things and giving her attitudes that would be considered cold or uncomplimentary. You come across, she comes across an actual damsel in distress, and for a while there, she's like, what do I owe this woman? Like, I should just leave her to this shit, right? Like, there's no skin off my nose. I don't have any responsibility for her. Like, so I should just get out of here and leave her to the wolves, right? I mean, like, all of these things made that character in particular extremely popular among the people who really, really loved that book. But yeah, those were big, big risks to take when it came to a female character, especially a female character in what is ostensibly a romance erotica book that's sort of it's an action adventure based thing, but 40% of the plot is the love story, right? So
Yeah, but I think they should seriously consider that. If you can't, if you have a protagonist and the consequences of their actions are less interesting because they're less severe, and the retribution or whatever they're going to face is less severe, then they're not going to be as interesting, just by definition. Even if you had two variations of men and the ginger men all got the crap kicked out of them and all had the greater potential of danger and death in their stories are going to be more interesting.
yeah.
Then all you do, the brunette men, is they might spill some tea occasionally. You know, it's just
Or be
given.
called a bad name.
Yeah, or be called a bad name, and they'll probably have to retire to the Vingding Gouge with some
Yeah.
smelling salts. Or banana.
Okay, banana.
Surprised when women are funny.
I'm probably funnier than you.
If you have to actually say that you're funnier than somebody, you're probably not funnier than somebody.
I don't think you are. I
Yeah.
suspect not. This
Yeah,
is like really soul destroying. This whole fucking show.
this is just that complaint. It's like, oh, why don't you find female comedians funny? It's like, well, because so many of them just aren't funny. Have you ever like tried watching a female comedian? Like most of their act is, so I was dating this guy and my vagina. That's like so many of their entire careers. Like, sorry, that's not funny. This isn't witty. Female comedians who don't do that, they can be quite funny, but so many of female comedians' acts is bitching about ex-boyfriends and talking about their junk.
Yeah.
And that's just not interesting and not funny.
That actually, like honestly, if
And they tend to not be very self-disparaging, I've noticed, and that seems to be one of the bigger things. Like, male comedians, a lot of the time, their punchline will be, I did this and it was really fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Whereas female comedians' punchline is, and he did this and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I just realized something. I was reading the chat, and this is sort of a digression that's related to Gamergate, and somebody said we didn't put enough of the right women in gaming. Well, women were already in gaming, but men didn't put them there. Was that the problem? Was it because there was a subset of women who enjoyed games or enjoyed things of male pastimes, were actually good at it, and pursued that as a hobby? And then the feminist women were like, well, what makes them special? And then they were like, well, what makes the men give them shit? It's like, well, men never gave them anything. They just took it for themselves.
Yeah.
Where was I going with this?
I don't know.
Well, no, it does. I think it does actually relate in some very strange way to what is going on here. And this is okay. One of the things that I think that makes women less funny than men is because of have you ever read those surveys in which women and men talk about their greatest fear?
No.
Men talk about being humiliated as their greatest fear, and women talk about violence as their greatest fear.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
But here's what's interesting, and this is a little bit of a digression. I know people are probably already annoyed that I'm speaking, but I will go forward and do it anyway. When during the Blitz, when the UK was being bombed by Germany, they had these predictions of how people would respond to this, and they figured it would be mass hysteria and social breakdown and chaos. And instead, what happened was actually people were very, very calm. It was part of what gave that stereotype, the British stereotype of the stiff upper lip, was the response from the British population to being bombarded nearly every night or a couple times a week. And what they found, and it was a complete surprise to psychologists, like I said, they thought there would be mass hysteria. But what they found was that there's this particular psychological effect on people when they are exposed to violence, but they are fairly distant from the direct consequences of it. Like, so you can partition the British population into three categories. People who weren't exposed to violence at all. They only heard about it or they saw it on newscasts or they were very, very far from it. People who were directly impacted, and these would be the people who lost family members, who lost their own lives, which, once you're dead, you really can't, and also were damaged themselves. And then the middle ground were the people who experienced being bombed but survived and had no immediate impact, like they weren't injured or weren't seriously injured.
It was the people down the street.
Yeah.
Bombed, yeah.
Yeah. Now, what happened is that there was a certain, I don't know how many, I think 40,000, but tens of thousands of people were directly impacted. But the problem, the thing that prevented hysteria was there were hundreds of thousands or even millions who went through the process of being bombed, but escaped with very little scathing, like minor injuries or just the experience. And they, having gotten that close to that dangerous situation and having survived created a sense of invulnerability. So I think that when women say that they're afraid of violence, it's because violence is so alien to their experience of life that it's fearful because it's alien.
Well,
I
because
think
it's the unknown.
because it's the unknown, whereas men have experienced a close call. Most men have had their nose broken, or been in a fight, or have been punched in the face, or have been beaten up. Most men have experienced a close call, and they have survived it. And I mean, a lot, and the reason why they've experienced a close call is because even more men than women ever will experience some sort of mortality or even a permanent injury from violence.
Yeah.
It's like I think it's 5 to 6 times more men die violently in Western cultures than women. So this sense of invulnerability that men have to violence is because they are constantly exposed to it, and most of them have experienced a close call. I mean, in my experience, like I probably have more experience with violence than like 95% of women, and it's not even violence. It's just sparring. So I've had bloody lips or bloody, busted up eyes and stuff like that. And I don't even think that 95% of women have even that much experience.
Yeah.
It's like to them, violence is so foreign, so difficult to wrap their mind around that they fear that because it's just alien to them. Whereas men don't. But what's interesting is that men do fear being humiliated. And I think they fear being humiliated because they don't occupy the center of belonging in society. A woman is almost always in a state of judgment over men. Being able to say whether or not their behavior is correct. Look at manspreading. Look at mansplaining. And all the other shit that they're talking about, that they're actually getting into law.
Man slamming, man interrupting.
Yeah, that they're actually writing laws around.
Bring on the portmanteaus.
This is all judgment of men's right to belong in society. And as a social species, our feeling of lacking a sense of belonging, it's critical to our sense of well-being, because as a social species, when we were ejected from the tribe, we died. But what's interesting about all of this is the base of humiliation is, of course, humility. And the feeling of being outside of the norm, of the social norm, and using humor to sort of ease your way through the trials of that. I think that's more of a male experience, which is why they're more funny. And wow, that has to be the most epic digression ever.
Well, I would have to say too, right? Like all of the very short guys that I knew in high school, some of them, shot up when they, turned 20 or whatever, and then they grew like 9 inches. But like these were short guys, and small, not just short, but also small, and light framed, and they're vulnerable to being picked on. And these were the guys who resorted to humor in order to maintain their sense of belonging within the group and keep themselves from becoming targets, right? Keep themselves from becoming targets of bullies. And so if you look at the fact that men may be more likely are more likely to have to resort to being, I guess, the class clown in order to have a sense of safety within, the community, then of course men are just going to be better at humor. They just have more practice at it.
Yeah, I think I don't know if Teal Deer is still here.
Of course, I've just been listening. It's quite an interesting thing raised there. Yeah, no, it sounds about right. That men just sort of have more practice of it because in some cases being humorous has become necessary for effectively their social success. Whereas I think in a lot of cases women have never. I suppose this comes back to if a man wants to be successful, he has to develop himself. If a woman wants to be successful, she just has to exist. I suppose there's probably some element of that going on, which has already been covered to some degree.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing I wanted to get at is because men sort of live on the periphery, I think they understand the boundaries of acceptable social discourse perhaps a bit more than women because they've sort of been pushed through them more often. And humor tends to be a tension between what's acceptable and what's unacceptable socially. And if you live more on the outskirts of that line, I think you're more able to pick up on where it lies and then play with it.
True.
Whereas women who are in the center and establishing themselves as having the moral right to judge other people's behavior, of course they're not going to take themselves. They have to take themselves absolutely seriously, like these women do. These women in this ad, they take themselves so seriously.
Yeah.
Banana.
Yes, banana.
Why do you think that we're obsessed with you when we hook up?
9 times out of 10.
What?
I'm busy. I got shit to do.
Why do you think we're obsessed with you when we hook up? In other words, why do guys think... I don't think guys think that women are going to be obsessed with them from a hookup. I think they worry about it. Okay. I think they have concerns that that might happen, but I don't think that they just automatically assume that it's going to happen.
Or was it why are you worried? Why are you worried we're going to be obsessed?
She said, why do you think that we're obsessed with you when we hook up?
This is what speaks exactly to what you're saying, Teal'c, at the beginning. They make this so freaking difficult to even parse what the hell they are saying. Much less.
I don't get it. It's like, why do you think we're obsessed with you when we? I'm kind of taking this from two angles. Either they know that girls can become psychotic ex-girlfriends who do obsess with people and stalk them on Facebook and attempt to ruin them socially with accusations, because that has happened to pretty much every guy ever. And I also kind of want to approach it from the idea of, well, maybe it's a little bit of wishful thinking, because guys, when they are interested in girls, in some cases can think about them like almost obsessively, to the point where they can't think about anything else. They really struggle to do it, and that's why in some cases they'll be like, oh yeah, well, I totally can't ever talk to her ever again because I will always be thinking of her that way. And they might be thinking, oh well, it might just be nice if someone thought about me like that. So that there's so many ways of taking that. What are we supposed to be doing with this?
I don't know, but all I know is that guys don't think that every one night stand is going to end up obsessed with them. They may want some of their one night stands to end up obsessed with them. They may worry that others might end up obsessed with them, but I don't think that they just assume that every one night stand they have, the woman's going to end up obsessed with them.
No, I don't think I've actually ever known a guy who's worried about that. In fact, the closest I've ever seen to it is like when guys like, oh, she's still texting me, delete.
Yeah.
That's just like, oh, she texts me again, I don't care. That's it. It's like that's as close as it ever seems to have got.
The reverse, I wonder, is if a man was saying, why do you think we'd be obsessed with you after a one-night stand? I'm sure these women would be quite offended at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think we would call you in the morning? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm sure you ladies would be quite offended at that. It seems like seems like the central theme of all of this is having control.
A lot of it's projection, I think.
Control too, though, I think, because it's the idea that you should be the one who's making these decisions.
Well, but the problem is that there's two decisions to make, right? There's the decision that involves like choice, right? So the man chooses who he's going to approach, right? And then there's the decision that involves veto power. So the woman doesn't choose who approaches her or who she interacts with. She just vetoes, right? The ones that approach her that she doesn't find appealing, right? And that feels like a greater power, I think, to women. That's why they don't want to let it go. It's why because it doesn't come with the associated costs. of risking rejection and humiliation and all of that kind of stuff, right? If you're the one doing the rejecting, then you don't ever have to worry about being rejected, right? But in reality, and I think maybe women sense this a little bit, by confining themselves to veto power, they're actually ignoring a huge amount of power that they could exercise, that they have at their fingertips to approach the men that they want and be able to maybe get something, maybe not exactly what they want, but get something out of those guys, right? But they don't want to risk the rejection. So they sit back and they rely on their easier veto power.
Banana.
Banana.
Why can't I sleep with as many people
What
as
was
I
the
want?
point, actually, that this blonde girl made? I think we got 2 in a row and got sidetracked by the first one.
Oh, the blonde girl, she was just saying, I'm not obsessed with you. I got shit to do. I want you to leave just as much as you want to leave, or something.
No, I don't think quite. Let's just go back. Because I think it was something like.
It was a follow-up. It was like a secondary.
Okay.
Just want to make sure.
9 times out of 10, I just want you to leave too. I'm busy. I got shit to do.
Why can't I?
See?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I'm
Well,
not
if
with you after we hook up. I want you to leave. I got shit to do.
okay, well that's great.
Yeah,
Don't mind when men do that too.
yeah. Don't whine when
Yeah.
they do the next day.
It's okay. You can have completely casual sex. Nobody gets involved. Fine. Don't whine about it when
Yeah.
men just walk away from you.
Yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
and don't complain about it when men see you as like boobs, because if all you want and all you're offering is just sex, then don't complain about being viewed as a sex object. Like, it's not like they want to get into your head. It's not like
There's
they
no
want
such thing.
to
There's
know
no
you
such thing as
want
a
an
sex
intimate.
object. There's no such thing as a sex object.
You know what I mean, though.
No, just don't complain when men view you solely in terms of having sex with you.
Hmm.
It's like I just really people do not objectify when they have sexual urges towards other people. In fact, it's the
No.
reverse. They subjectify. They actually have more of an understanding of their subjective experience when they feel, or more compelled to have an understanding of their subjective experience when they feel sexual urges towards them. So sex object is like the stupidest concept. It's like
Yeah,
calling it sex epilepsy.
but you know what I mean. If you want to have one night stands and have no emotional attachments, don't complain about men seeing you as a means to orgasm. And
Yeah, well, this is probably a good idea to tell men to do. Like, bookmark that couple of seconds in the video,
yeah.
and then when you have that woman who persistently texts you or tries to call you after you've had sex,
Mhm.
you go there and you show them that, and you say, this individual, this woman with the blonde hair who is speaking for all women,
Yep.
this is how you should react to me not ignoring you now. You go have your own life, I have mine, and let's move on.
Yep.
Just all of these complaints about this seems to be about cross wires. It's like sometimes when you do like the one night thing, the guy will obsess about the girl because he was really interested. Sometimes the girl will obsess about the guy because she was really interested. You can't. It seems to be this complaint like it must be the absolute ideal for the woman, otherwise it's terrible. Like the guy needs to psychically know when he's not wanted to stay for anything after the dicking, or if he is wanted to stay after the dicking.
Yeah.
If he doesn't know, then that's a problem. But men aren't allowed to have the same opinion.
Well,
Or
one thing
something.
too is women after one night stands, they seem to really want that text in the morning or that call, and it's not because they want a relationship. It's because they
They
want
want the validation and to know they have the power.
they want the veto power. They want to be the one that says, they want to have the option of the relationship and then say no to it, right? Because if he doesn't text the next day, that's him saying no to her.
Okay, so let's take this woman who said that she just wants to be left alone after the one night stand. Let's take this woman and put her in a different scenario where she has texted a man after a one night stand and he is refusing to respond to her. Has as Teal Dare's friend did. Just, you know what? You're texting me too much. Delete. Let's imagine.
Yes, my friend quotes my friend.
Okay, let's imagine she's just trying to text to Teal Deer's friend, and let's imagine her reaction to that scenario. Okay, I don't know if you specifically, Miss Blonde person, are a hypocrite, but I imagine that your reaction to being deleted after trying to text a former sexual partner who is male would be far less sanguine. Is that how you pronounce it? Than what you sanguine than what you are expecting of men when you don't want to text them.
That's right.
Mm.
I think you'd be throwing a fucking hissy fit or a bitch fit.
Yeah,
Because he's entitled. He only used me for sex. He didn't respect my personhood. Something.
Yeah, no, even
Something toxic masculinity talks about boobs. Bechdel test.
Yeah. This video made by that girl that my friend never texted back.
All right, can we do the banana thing?
Your
Yes,
friend, Teal Deer. That's right.
Yes.
Your friend. I have a friend. I'm not going to say his name.
Why can't I sleep with as many people as I want to without being judged?
Because everybody will judge men too, along with women for that.
No,
well, not
but
everybody, but
there's no challenge in as a woman who's even reasonably attractive. I mean, like, you're young, you're fit. Some people might be put off by your like freaking pig nose ring, and I don't understand why people have those kinds of septum nose rings, but whatever. But you're a reasonably attractive young woman. It's not an accomplishment for you to be able to get sex. It's not. It's just not, right? And
This has been studied. I actually, every single time someone brings this point up to me, I link them to a series of studies. It was started in, I believe, like 1970 something, and was repeated in the 80s and 90s over and over and over. And it was a social experiment where literally guys just walked up to women and basically said, "Hey, you want to fuck?" And then a load of women walked up to a bunch of guys and were like, "Hey, you want to fuck?" 75% of the men who were asked by women said yes. 0% of the women who were asked by the men said yes.
yeah,
And this percentage ratio has been repeated across every single one of those repetitions of that experiment.
over and over.
A
and over.
woman can basically get sex whenever she wants, more or less.
Maybe
Unless...
not the size he wants, but
this is the thing. It's not necessarily going to be with the guy that you want necessarily, but you can go out and receive the dicking if that's all you want. Don't be surprised and upset when it's not Brad Pitt every time, but you at least have that option. Guys do not under any circumstance, and this is just how it is. Welcome to nature.
yeah, and so if like that, and it isn't like men get praised like 100% across the board praised for being sluts. They don't. They get called dogs. They get called players. They get accused of taking advantage of women. They get accused of damaging their sexual partners. They get accused of rape. They get accused.
Womanizer.
Yeah,
That's an old word.
Been around
Lithari for a while.
Philanderer, right? Bill Clinton certainly wasn't being praised for his sexual conquests when he was, being cross-examined by Kenneth Starr, right? It's not a dichotomy where women get judged when they act like sluts, and men, all they get is applause, and people throw like roses at their feet, right? And everybody's like, "Go you," and they lift them up on their shoulders and and run around the track, with him on their shoulders, cheering and praising him and singing, "God Save the Queen," right? It doesn't happen, right? They get some admiration because of the skill required to be able to score on that level, right? That's all they get.
The only statistics I've seen into the relative rate of slut shaming of men and women suggested that it is pretty much equal. Like if people they have equally negative opinions of men and women when it comes to promiscuity. Um, the I think that in some cases there might actually be more negativity towards men, probably for the reasons that Karen was listing: womanizer, abuser, that he's damaging the women's sexuality, that he's failing to protect her chastity, so
He's a
that
predator.
she's a predator. So it's like, no, you don't. In fact, you are actually lucky, because even if you are a slut as a woman, you have almost no chance of ever facing a false rape accusation, because a man woke up the next morning and said, "My God, I can't believe I had sex with this woman. I must have been raped."
Yeah, no, and you don't have faced the stigma of being accused of damaging your partners, having taken advantage of them, being predatory in nature, preying on vulnerable or innocent people. Um, you don't face those stigmas either, right? Being a scumbag. They'll call you a slut, okay, but here's the thing. When they call you a slut, they're saying your behavior, your choice of behavior is damaging to yourself. They're not saying that your choice of behavior damages your sexual partners.
Yep.
Yep. So,
Yep.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Why do you consider a woman a tease if she doesn't sleep with you after 3 days, but a slut if she sleeps with you on the first date?
because 2 dates is the sweet spot.
Exactly.
I
You get your timing right.
I slept with my boyfriend in the first half hour of our first date.
That's the sound of the chat judging you, Karen.
We almost didn't get up to up the elevator. Like we literally we were half undressed in the elevator. We got into his apartment and then we had sex on his front entry floor.
So your kids, are they a fan of Honey Badger Radio, Karen?
Oh my God.
You know what? They wouldn't judge me and they wouldn't care. Like the walls are thin in this house, so they hear all kinds of things that would normally traumatize other people's kids.
Oh my God, Karen.
But they've learned how to live with it, and but no, I've always been very open with my kids about sex and sexuality, and like oddly enough, I have a 22-year-old and a 20-year-old, and they are virgins, right? And so is my 13-year-old. At least he better be. And
Is that a sign of trauma, or that you're doing something right?
no, it's not a sign of trauma. It's just like they don't view sex as like this holiest of holies that you have to get and accomplish and if you don't do it by a certain date, then like it's a big hang up, right? Oh my God, like I'm not a valid person if I don't have sex. But they also have no problems with people being sexual and people knowing that their mom has sex and knowing that their mom, enjoys having sex. It's just like they don't have the hang-ups because I've always been pretty open with them about what sex is, what it's about. Here's all the baggage, the cultural baggage that gets attached to it. Just throw that away. Doesn't mean anything. What matters is your feelings about what you're ready to do, blah, 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 right? And your feelings about what you like, not whether you're going to get laughed at because, I don't know, because you like being tickled, in bed, or you like being pegged or whatever the fuck, right? Don't even fucking worry about that. It's whatever you like. And so my kids have a very healthy attitude toward sex, and they don't feel any pressure to go out and have sex just to have it.
I think that would be fairly. Looks like I got it again.
Oh dear.
Oh my. All right. There we go. Well, be that as it may. Yes, there was an awkward silence there for a bit. It's just,
I've actually completely forgotten the point that they were making.
yeah, me too.
The point that they were making was sex on the first date makes you a slut, but no sex on the third date means that you're a prude or something.
Yeah, no, that's kind of that's ridiculous. That goes down to each individual person's interpretation of when sort of the correct time is, and no, that's going to vary from partner to partner. You just have to fucking deal with it. Like, 2 is pretty standard. The reason being you have the first one to establish if you actually like each other. The second one is kind of confirmation of that, and then third one is kind of like, well, engine's full. Let's plow this. You know,
Well, I
we're
think
gonna break that ice.
it depends on how it depends on how you feel. It really
Yeah, but that's the sort of typical flow of it. But you know, they're I mean, what about things like today? We've got the advent of sort of online communication and whatnot. You know, you can escalate things with people very quickly because you're able to talk with them like on phones for like days and days and days and days beforehand, which means you can basically have got all of the stuff out of the way that you would have said and found out about them on the first date anyway, or the first and second. So this is a ridiculous timescale now. It serves no purpose.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no.
I'm talking over you. Off you go.
No. I was just going to say that's exactly what happened with my boyfriend. Was that we met online and we talked for, over a month online and on the phone. So
Exactly. So the first 2 dates were basically unnecessary. You basically had them all already.
Yeah, so
And phones have cameras, if people didn't notice. So you probably know what you're getting into by then as well, potentially.
Exactly. So I mean, like, and it seems like this. The guy who thinks that the first date is too soon is probably not the guy who's going to think the third date is waiting too long. Right? They're talking about 2 different guys here.
Yeah, they're talking about 2 different guys. Also, I think that this is sort of a misnomer. I don't think guys who think that women have sex on the first date. To be honest, I really haven't seen guys.
That cut off though.
Uh-oh.
I know. She's gone.
Is she still in the?
Yeah, she's still in the call. It's just I think it might be the internet.
All right, turn off the microwave.
Yes, Alison is, I think, quite well known for being the only YouTuber with a worse internet connection than me.
Yeah.
That's saying something. I mean, I cobbled mine together out of twigs, berries, and mud.
Yeah, but are there?
It's a very kinky occasion.
Are there voles running on hamster wheels to run your internet?
Oh no, I use shrews. They're much more abundant.
Oh. There you go. There you go. We use pikas here in in Alberta.
Yeah, she's gone. She's gone completely, but the hangout is still on air, so we might actually drop off if she doesn't return quickly.
I don't.
I'm here.
There we go.
Oh my goodness.
All right, okay. So, and I still have the button. I'm not sure what Google Plus did right then, but yeah. Okay. I just had to skip. But what I was gonna say, can I finish what I was gonna say?
Please do.
All right. So this idea that sex on dates is the issue when it comes to being a tease, I think is complete misnomer. I think what guys consider being a tease is when apparently my husband's first girlfriend did this. She would go into go to a man's car, and she would do everything up to penetration. Like she would be moving his hips into her, and then stop him, and then laugh and walk on. That's being a tease.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's not necessarily even going up to just the third date thing, is it? It's like if you're behaving like that for 2 or 3 dates, then it's like no, that absolutely is. But if you're giving no indication at all that you're interested in that up until the third one, then it's like okay, you're not going to have that expectation. I think that's what this is. It's about level. It's about level of reasonable expectation in the social escalation of the situations that you're in. Like you will get very obvious cues some people will give them very, very obviously, some might not, but that's what it is. It is social escalation of social cues.
Yeah, and
That is how you will know if your partner is wanting or not.
And the thing is that's calling him a tease. I would actually go a lot further. I would call it outright abusive. Like if you're escalating social cues like that to that state, and then basically you're doing it in order to see the frustration and anger in your partner, that's fucking abusive, and that's what a tease means. That's what a tease is. I'm sure that a Christian man on the 17th date with his future wife, and she still hasn't put out, isn't going to call her a tease because of the expectations of not having weird music.
Oh my god! I can't. Why does my phone? It's got an alarm that goes off, and it just.
Why are you even trying to be organized?
I'm desperately trying to swipe it to turn it off, and it won't do it.
Well, but it's like, why do you even have an alarm?
Just in case. Sometimes on Mondays I have a nap. It's.
Okay, you put an alarm. This is when I have a nap. So I have.
No, not when I start my nap. It's when I'm supposed to be up.
Okay.
You're supposed to be up for the nap an hour and a quarter after the podcast that you've agreed to be on.
No,
just in case you wake up. Hey guys, what did I miss? How was it? Did you cover the dicking yet?
I set this alarm to go off like months ago. I think it was a Rantzerker that was going off at 2 o'clock rather than noon.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you've had that alarm for a month.
Yeah, no, and I keep forgetting to just shut it off. So.
Okay, I think I've forgotten completely what I was. Oh yeah, teasing. Teasing is a behavior. It doesn't, like I was saying, a Christian guy, 17th date with his future Christian wife, is probably not going to call her a tease because the social expectations are everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
Teasing happens when somebody isn't on the same page and they're deliberately not on the same page. So they're deliberately deceiving the other person into thinking they're going to get more social contact than they really will. And the whole point of that is to actually induce a state of frustration and anger and upset. So essentially teasing is abusive. And that's the only context for it
to cause upset. I would say in some cases it's to intentionally extort resources out of guys. Like we've all heard these tales of women who like have basically an Excel spreadsheet of first and second dates lined up from their Tinder and OkCupid matches who they have no intention of doing anything with, but they're just doing it to get free shit and attention.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say it's not always intentionally to cause upset. There might be other things there, but the result is still frustration and upset.
Yeah.
Minor quibble there, but still.
No, but occasionally that is the goal. That literally is the goal, is to cause another person to feel bad. And sometimes it's just because you want to use them as a utility.
Well,
all of which are nasty behavior. Doesn't mean that it's, if a man goes and says, you know what, yeah, I don't give a shit that you're saying no now at this point, that isn't rape, but still, it's shitty behavior.
Well, like look at it from this perspective, right? When a guy goes to a strip club, he knows he's not allowed to touch the girls. He knows that exactly where the boundaries are, and those girls are doing everything in their power to arouse those men, right? And to make those men desire them. I just on a like visceral sexual level to evoke desire in those men, and you don't see the clientele of strip clubs calling these women teases and horrible people and cunty or anything like that for doing that, because it's understood, right, that the purpose of you dancing, right, and contorting your body and climbing the pole and all of that stuff, or doing a lap dance even, right, is to arouse me and arouse my desire for you, right? And everybody knows that I'm not allowed to actually take it beyond just that feeling of desire. We know where we both stand, right? So these girls at the strip clubs don't get accused of teasing in the same way a woman who goes to his car and sticks her hand down his pants and fondles him, and then she's just like, oh I can't, and then off she goes, right? Because that's a different freaking contract. That's a different interaction. That's a different set of assumptions. And she's offering something. She's essentially dangling something in front of that man that is ambiguous, but is hinting that, yes, this is going to go all the way, when in reality it's not, right? So what if it really is, if everyone's on the same page, nobody gets accused of being a tease.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say the same equivalent of that. We've seen them on the pranking videos on YouTube, like guys pulling up to girls in like rented Mercedes and Lamborghinis and things, and being all like, "Hey, you look hot. You want to go for a ride?" And then being like, "Oh yeah, by the way, this isn't my car. Get the fuck out."
Yeah.
Similar thing.
Oh
And the
god,
women
that's
absolutely
so
flip their
horrible.
shit.
Yeah, no,
It is
no.
horrible.
I remember the one he pulls up in a Lamborghini or something like that, and wait, he's just walking along, right? And he talks to a hot girl. He says, "Oh, hey, would you like to go out sometime?" Blah blah blah. And she's like, "Yeah, no." And he's like, "Okay." And he gets out his keys and he gets into his Lamborghini, and she's like, "Wait a minute, maybe we could go out." And he's like, "No, thanks. I don't date gold diggers."
Yeah.
Wow.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same goddamn thing.
Except no, that actually is a much more satisfying gotcha.
Well, it's a bait and switch, and it's one that women have been pulling with sex for the longest time, in terms of cock teasing. But I mean, with these guys, it's Lamborghini teasing, and yeah, no, it's a gotcha, and it's a satisfying one because it's in response to a phenomenon that goes on, that has been going on for ages with women who essentially want to ramp up a man's desire, right, to the point where he's just about ready to explode, and then she's just going to walk away and have that satisfaction of like, oh man, he really wants me, but he's not getting any.
Yep.
So, all right, moving on.
Banana.
What does no mean yes?
No means no.
Why?
What?
In what world does no mean yes, no means no? But yes.
Again, this has actually been studied psychologically. Overwhelming majority of women actually do give what is called a token no. It's actually been objectively proven as something that a lot of women do.
Yeah.
And the reason that they do it is to sort of, well, just how interested are you? I don't want to seem easy. So actually, no, a no can actually sometimes mean it's not necessarily meaning a yes, but it can mean
try harder.
Do go on.
Yeah, try harder.
Yeah.
Or like 40% of women say that they have said no with the full intention, right? When they said no, they fully intended to have sex, right? And so that was essentially the no actually means yes. Then there are the other no's, and the other no's consist of a request to convince me, right? Convince me, right? No, they don't necessarily come out in terms of no, but maybe we shouldn't, or I can't, or I couldn't, or whatever, right? And those generally are not necessarily a yes, right? But they're, well, let's continue this and see where I am in 5 minutes. Right?
Yep.
That's what those are.
And
right?
you know what's really funny?
Hmm.
Should I go into this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What's really funny is that there is actually a feminist researcher. The Mystery, a pickup artist. Have you heard of Mystery, Teal Deer?
Yes, I have. He's that guy who walks around with stupid hats and ridiculous medallions, so
Yes.
that he has a talking point.
Yeah, he's like the magician one. But he had an interesting approach to token resistance. And that what he would do, and he called it the cat, I think the cat teasing method or something. When a woman would give token resistance, he would essentially just completely withdraw. Completely. Like, if they were kissing, he would go to the other side of the couch and just continue to watch a movie. So he would completely withdraw all of his sexual attention at a token resistance. And a feminist got hold of this and said that the rationale for why he did it is by withdrawing that much, you create sort of a space for her to start to come forward towards you, to sort of pursue you. It's like the cat, the idea of teasing a cat with a thread and pulling it away from the cat to get the cat to go towards it. And so the idea is that you generate a sense of desire in the woman for you, and then she pursues you. What did this feminist researcher, she latched onto this, and she said that this is problematic.
Yeah, it's
is this the using her biology against her?
Yes.
Bullshit?
Yes. That literally, like, she said that inducing that by the process of a woman says no, and then you completely remove yourself from the sexual situation. You either go to the other end of the couch, continue to watch the movie, you express less interest in her, you go up, you draw yourself a glass of water or coffee or a drink or whatever. You just essentially completely redirect your attention away from her. The goal is to create a sense of desire by withdrawing. She said that this method is actually sexually coercive towards women, and it's using that aspect of their biology to sexually coerce them. So by creating desire, by withdrawing completely to create desire, a man is also, and they feminists use very specific language when they're trying to inch something towards rape. She said it was problematic. It's excessive sexual coercion. It's ethically questionable. You know, this is the way they inch shit, more and more shit towards being considered rape. So.
Yeah, sure. I have found that by totally ignoring women all the time, I have been convicted of rape many times.
But this is but this is the thing. They're trying to say that this entire process is sexual coercion. This process that Mystery is presented, where when a man gets a no, he withdraws completely, sexually, from the encounter completely. So what is the alternative for men? If you
the
get
alternative
a no,
is to subtly hint in a nondescript way so that she knows you're still interested, but you're intentionally holding yourself back, maybe. But not in a way that leads to pressuring, you can't win.
Or the sense that, you know, because the problem with that, Teal dear, is that even if you give that subtle hint but are still withdrawing, that might actually be even more enticing, and therefore you've raped her with her biology. I mean, can you just the fucking mindset, like. If you're a man and you encounter a woman saying no and you withdraw completely, you're raping her or you're coercing her.
This reminds me.
God damn it! Why can't things just be easier with you humans? Just have a guy walk up behind you, stab you in the ass with his antlers a few times till you stand up, and then he just does what he needs to do and walk off. Why can't you just do that?
I think you just aroused Karen there, Teal dear.
Oh, that kind of turned me on a little bit. No, but this whole situation reminds me of, like, when I was first dating my boyfriend. He was also dating a few other women at the same time, and one of them she was young, young student, and she was very, very. She wasn't happy when he let her know that he was also seeing me, and so one night she texted him, and, you know, what are you doing tonight? And he says, oh, Karen's coming over, and all of a sudden she sort of remembers that she left her bag of weed over at his apartment, you know, when she was there 3 nights ago, and he's like, yeah, it's not here, and she says, oh, no, I'm sure it's there, I'm sure I left it there, I'm coming by to get it, right? And he's like, no, you're not, it's not here, I know what you're doing, right? And she's like, no, I promised I would smoke these people up. He's like, there is no way you went 3 days without weed and didn't notice that you had no weed. It's not here. Like, I know what you're doing. And she's just like, I'm just going to come by, you know. And he says, if you try to buzz in, I'm not answering, I'm not picking up my phone, right? And he turns off his phone. And the next morning we woke up to 30 fucking text messages from her, and among them was, it turns me on so much when you ignore me. I don't know why, right? And then about a minute later, she texts just like that, right? Because he didn't text her back, right? So I don't know why it turns me on when you ignore me, right? just like that, right? And then she continued to text him all of these like extremely sexual things, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, when I text him and he says she's coming over, I'm just like, just don't give her any of my booze, because that would be crossing a line. And then I leave them alone. Like, what is this woman's problem, right? But some women, they just it's the idea that your attention is not on them that makes them just then start to throw themselves at you. Mystery is like, he's smart in that way, and it's clearly rapey that he's using women's own natures against them.
No, no woman could ever want a man. That's crazy.
I know, it's like,
Sorry, Karen.
Yeah, that echo.
It was sounding like we were opening up the gates to hell there for a second. All right, I've muted and unmuted her, so hopefully that'll end the feedback issues. But
anything that a man can do to make himself more attractive, including driving a nicer car that he can afford, or saying that he's in line for a partnership when he's really not at work, right? That's rape by this deception. Whereas makeup and breast implants and all of that, that's not false advertising. That's not deception, right? That's not using men's biology against them.
Yeah, what really gets me is what do you do at that point if you're a guy? If you're a guy, you're making out with a woman and she says no, you can't withdraw completely, because that would be. So what, do you just sustain like just the absolute kilopascal of pressure that you put on her lips at the moment she said no, and then you do not deviate from that?
I don't know. Honestly, just get up, put on your shoes, and leave.
Well, but here's the other thing. I don't think verbal cues aren't really as powerful for us, I think, as body language cues.
Yeah, not as far as sex goes, no.
Yeah, so when somebody is saying no, and I'm probably going to get like totally quote mined here, generally it's like Karen was saying. Some women, and I think some men, I don't know, when they say no, they just mean try a little harder, or they mean try again, or they mean yes. And this is the reality. But the thing is that when somebody starts to redress themselves, that's usually a very explicit no, or starts to pull away physically.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, why something that is so innately physical? Why are we relying on verbal cues in order to make it acceptable, or it isn't something that does rely on verbal cues. It's almost entirely body language.
Yeah, and it's a lot of the verbal cues that are given are obfuscating cues. They're cues that, because sex is so high stakes, when you actually, like, this is why women, they put on the clubbing outfit, and they sort of put out that broadcast of I'm available and entertaining offers. And if nobody takes them up on it, then they have plausible deniability, right? They never approached anybody, so they were not rejected. And maybe there was just nobody in the bar that they would want to have anything to do with anyway, right? And so it's a way of saving face in terms of something that is really actually very high stakes human behavior, which is sex. And so a lot of those no's are there to essentially maintain plausible deniability. They're there to say, like, I want you to want this more than I'm willing to let you know that I want this.
Yeah,
right?
It's a little ridiculous game.
Yeah.
I've just done the calculation, though. We're going to be here for 4.5 hours.
Okay, moving on.
When you say that women are too emotional to be leaders,
Then justify catcalling by saying men just can't control themselves.
Why?
What? I think most people justify catcalling by saying the alternative is draconian free speech restrictions that nobody wants to embrace.
Exactly.
The alternative is we totally fucking ignore women altogether, and they totally won't complain about that.
No, TL dear. Now that would be rape culture, because the feminists
Using their biology against
using their
damn it.
yeah, you can't do that. Men can't. Maybe that's why there's so much hatred. Well, towards men going their own way, is that it really is creating a society-wide rape culture by using women's biology against them, by generating desire, by ignoring them completely.
Because that way women have to actually put effort into getting the dick. You can't have that.
They might have to do something other than lie there. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to actually.
Starfish is no longer an option, ladies. Become a beautiful salmon. Do it.
Become a beautiful salmon. Struggle upstream.
Yes. Know the pain of the man.
I just wanted to say something about the study that you referenced about guys going up to women and asking for sex. I wonder if this cat thing has something to do with that too.
How do you...
Oh, well, I mean, for guys, I think a lot of there may be just a different way that men and women generate desire for their partners. It's, I think, visual for men, or at least, that's good enough. And then for women, I think there's a very strong social aspect to it.
It's a behavior.
It's status and power.
It's more of a behavioral thing, that they want to see that men engage in certain behaviors, like mystery. If she says no, he withdraws completely. This idea that they don't want it that much, and by approaching women, they're actually making themselves less attractive. So it'd be sort of like being approached by a 250-pound woman, as opposed to like a reasonably attractive woman. When you're approached by a guy who just immediately starts with, "Do you want to fuck?" It's be like a man being approached by a 250-pound woman. I'm guessing that the odds for her are a lot significantly worse. So how would you create a scenario if that's the case? Like, how would men be able to approach women when approaching itself makes them less attractive?
Actually, that's a good question.
I don't know how they would do it. Maybe they'd bump into her and...
Well, this is, I think, why so much of it is just like, no, you just have to learn. This is why I think so many of the pickup artist things is just, no, you just have to learn to accept rejection in your approach, because by doing that, you've already admitted that they have something that you want, so you are instantly in the weak position of bargaining.
Mm-hmm.
Just accept that in a lot of cases you're going to lose. That seems to be like the biggest thing when it comes to pickup artistry is accept you're going to lose a lot, don't take it personally, and on the off chance it does work, be prepared to have a conversation.
Yeah, actually,
this is why so many of these feminists who complain about these pickup artists, I've actually watched like some of the seminars online, actually some of the mystery ones, which is why I know who he is. When I first heard about it, I was like, what the fuck is this? So I thought I'd watch it, and so many of them are just, okay, get over your insecurity, walk up to someone, talk to them, see how they respond, be prepared to fuck off, or have something to say. I have failed to see the sexism and misogyny that people keep harping on about. But
there was actually a really amazing music. It's like a dramatized music video. It's done. I forget. Day Game Traveler or something like that. Who is a pickup artist, but he put it out on YouTube, and everybody should actually watch it. It's done. It's a sort of a cover version of Radiohead's song "Creep," right? And it's extremely just sort of like, I actually got teary-eyed at the end of it, because it just shows this young man. There's a woman, a young woman that he's attracted to, and she sort of keeps trying to sort of break the ice, but he has these images in his mind of how it's all going to go to shit if he starts up a conversation. Like, he's going to end up looking like an asshole, he's going to end up looking like a creep, he's going to end up looking like a weirdo, and she's going to be totally put off, and so he just keeps essentially shutting down and running away from every opportunity to strike up a conversation with this girl. And at the end of the video, the pickup artist who produced this essentially just shoves him in the right direction, like, take a chance, just fucking do it. And so much of pickup artistry is just convincing men to actually just take that first step, endure the possibility of rejection. If and when you get rejected, don't take it personally. Don't internalize it. Don't think that it's like you're not good enough. It just didn't work out this time. This is just how it is, right? It's going to happen a lot. You just have to keep trying, and all of this other stuff, right? So much of it is just that. Building up men's confidence and toughening up their skin so that all of the rejections, the first 5 rejections, don't kill their desire to keep trying for the rest of their life, right? So it really does. Like you said, I have such a hard time viewing pickup artistry as misogyny. It's just.
There's
I'm
no say that pickup
Pickup
artists can engage in misogyny.
Oh, I'm sure that there.
But it's like it's a situation where, and I agree with you, Karen. I've seen a lot of pickup artist stuff, and I'm not as offended by it as most people seem to be. It seems pretty neutral to me. In fact, if you really have a problem with pickup artistry, why don't you just pick up a book on sales and read that? It's basically the same stuff. And you don't even have to be like in a situation where you're picking up a book on hard pressure sales. Just pick up a book on regular sales. How to establish relationships, how to develop ways of enticing people to purchase your product, stuff like that. And it's not like it's not aggressive sales, it's just regular sales. And you will see a lot of the same stuff that you'll see in a pickup artist book. Because that's all it is. It's the art of the sale. And I know there are a lot of people. Hey, Karen, you're unmuted now.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, I was struggling with Google Plus for a bit, but you're good.
All right. Okay. Yeah. No. It's just actually I would recommend everybody after this podcast to go and search that video out, because like I said, it left me a little bit misty. I'm gonna move.
What video was that again, Karen?
It was I think it was called Day Game Traveler. And it's if you just look at search for creep and day game, you'll probably come across it, and it's just sort of it's a very well produced dramatization. It's like a music video, and it's done by a children's choral, I think like a choir, doing a rendition of Radiohead's song Creep. So.
Alrighty.
All right, moving on.
That just because you're nice to me, I owe you my body.
Why would you ever send an unsolicited dick pic?
Okay, just because you're nice to me, I owe you my body. No.
Isn't this kind of just that social escalation teasing point all over again? It depends what you're doing beforehand that makes them think you're going to give your body.
Yeah.
Surely that's more of the issue. Like, if they think that that's what's going to happen, maybe you were giving them some idea that that's what was going to happen.
Well, and maybe you were giving them that idea so they would continue to give you rides places and help you move and, take your phone calls at 2 a.m. and,
Okay, and another thing that occurs is you can actually feel sorry for guys who have I'm sure the women in this video are capable of feeling sorry for a woman who is pining after a man who has no interest in her. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
You can actually appreciate the feelings of guys who are caught in a trap that they are in a so-called friendship with a woman who they actually want to be in more of a romantic relationship with. You can feel sympathy for those emotions without going all the way to saying, oh yeah, she owes him her body. Maybe not, no, she doesn't. But you can understand how that's sort of you feel some sympathy for the guy.
It sucks, yeah.
It sucks. And the other thing is that they say all kinds of awful things about men who try to pursue a romantic relationship with a woman by first pursuing a friendship, which a very wise individual pointed out is sort of the way women do things. Women will sidle up to a guy and give passive clues that she's interested and hope that he picks up on them. And that's the way a lot of nice guys operate. They will, they go up to a woman and give off more passive clues that they're interested in her. But that's creepy, and it's nice guyism when a nice guy or when men do it. But when women do it, that's just sort of the way they operate. So it's like, like you can't have some sympathy for a guy who just is in a situation. The other thing is that there's an incredible assumption. I know this is inconceivable to these women, but there's a lot of guys who don't know if they want to have sex with you until they get to know you. So the friendship for them is essential to even know if they want to have sex with you. There are guys like that. Silence. I don't know if you guys disagree, but I'll just...
No, sounds about right. Like, some guys actually do... Because, and yeah, we're going to go on this tangent again. I know it's been covered on Honey Badger Radio before so much. The guy's lack of penis bone, unlike most other apes and mammals. It's like, no, they require that emotional connection in order to get the blood rush and to become aroused. Some guys actually do just want to get to know the woman before they're actually interested, because, that emotional connection is actually necessary to some degree. Hence, again, the concept that sex object can't be a thing. It's always sex subject.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean...
So many things tie together so neatly, but...
Yeah, we have a
some people just don't want to fucking look at it.
Yeah, well, I find it astounding that women, and I assume the women in this video, if a guy came up to them and expressed interest to them, they probably assume that he would have sex with them immediately. My assumption is that he would want to spend some time with me, figure me out a bit, and then make his decision. So it's not immediately ask then have sex. In fact, I think if a guy actually did that, went up to a woman and said, "Hey, you want to outfit for coffee?" and then 2 steps later she's grabbing for his dick, I think that the reaction would probably startle everyone.
Yeah.
I think he'd probably run away.
Oh, actually,
I have somewhere else to go.
Reminds me of... Yeah, no, you go on. I'm going to hold my thing in my head. Giggity.
But yeah, it's like I think the reaction. I wonder if they'll ever do something like that. Like, have a guy come up to a woman and say, "Would you like to go for coffee?" and then have her go at him immediately after him asking that. And I guarantee the reaction is going to be like suddenly needing to do something somewhere else, because the whole thing, the whole social dance is a social dance. And in my experience, guys need to have at least some comfort, some emotional comfort before they're going to, and it's a vulnerable thing to go through. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it translates into a relationship, but it seems like you at least have to like the person.
Yeah.
On some level. Like, just have some sort of, be able to commune with them on a human level.
Yeah, connection.
Emotion. Have a human connection for most people.
Yeah.
And so I think that the problem with these women is maybe they presume a bit too much.
I think so. TL, are you still holding your thing in your head?
I am. I am still holding my thing. I am now going to unleash my thing. Because it's necessary. Probably shouldn't say that, given what I'm about to go on about. Prostitutes. Of all things. I remember watching a documentary. It wasn't very long ago, and it was on, I think, the BBC, and they were actually talking about, like, escorts and prostitutes, like, actually interviewing them. And the number of those women, a lot of the high-class ones, they actually said, yeah, people will pay for the full hour. And a lot of the time, when they meet them, if it's like a first-time client, they will actually spend the first 20, 30, 40 minutes just sitting, talking to each other, until the guy feels comfortable enough to actually go ahead. They have to build something first. And I found that really interesting that was coming from, like, women who, get paid to get fucked. But it's like, no, it's actually necessary to sit and talk to the client for, like, half an hour beforehand. Otherwise, it's just weird. They just seem to not be able to do it. And it's the guy who doesn't seem to be able to do it. And rather interestingly, if you actually look on so many of these prostitution ads, because they were pulling them up off of fuck knows what advertisement website it was, something online, and so many of the advertisements that these women were posting contained sentences like, no pressure for beginners, no pressure, sit down, talk. And this goes along so much with how many of these prostitutes offer what they call like girlfriend experience, which is paying to talk to them, paying to go to a restaurant with them and hold hands as you stroll down the beach, and all those sorts of things.
Yeah,
It's something that just leapt into my head while we were going on about this.
No, it's
like
true.
Women who get paid to get fucked have to do all this emotional shit beforehand, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yeah, no, it's. I was talking to a guy over email, and he was describing his experience. He'd gone in and he'd paid $180 at some, I guess Hell's Angels run, brothel type thing, and he said that bought him like 20 minutes, and he's lying there, and this girl that he doesn't even really know her name, they haven't spoken at all, and she's trying to get him aroused, and it's not, and then he puts his hands on her hair to try and actually get some physical intimacy other than the genitals, and she's like, no, you can't mess up my hair, right? And because I have to be looking good for the next customer in 20 minutes. And he said it was a bust. It was like $180 just to lie there with no erection while a woman ended up feeling completely unvalidated in her sex appeal, because it doesn't work. It absolutely doesn't work on most guys. So.
Well, there's a couple things. I think it says a lot about women. And I wish women in this show, or this thing that we're analyzing, I wish they would actually look at what prostitutes and sex workers say about the work that they do, and what they end up having to do, because it would really enlighten them, and it might actually humble them a bit. Because from my research into what I've read, there are a few things that men want to or try to get from sex workers. And if you think about it, these are the things that they're not getting from their wives and their girlfriends and their lovers. And the things that they're trying to get is somebody to listen to them without judgment, and someone to desire them or express physical desire for them.
Yeah.
Those are the two things. And you think about that. Think about the fact that most men apparently don't get that in their actual relationships with women. And and the funny thing is that if you're listening to this and you're a woman, if you make your partner feel desire, and this is something that I've also found in terms of married men who cheat. Every single married man who I've seen who's cheated on his wife with a woman who was less attractive, but more desirous of him.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. If you're a woman listening to this, the two things: listen to your partner without judging them, and desire them. Express physical desire for them. And it's like they probably will never cheat. And it's so simple. And it's just allowing your partner to be human. And I bet if these women actually looked at this stuff, it would blow their minds what men actually want and how men actually feel. But that's the problem. These are children in the bodies of women who can't bear the idea that men have vulnerabilities and are actually feeling creatures, because that would require them to grow the fuck up and be real women.
Well, take responsibility.
So they manufacture this stereotype, this artificial construct of these sociopathic men that only want sex and don't have to be considered in terms of being vulnerable creatures.
Yeah, they talk for hours about boobs. Like, oh my fucking god! Like, I just don't even understand how these women can.
And
what's actually really funny about this, because I'm me and I fucking love researching things, and I can't give you these things as sources, but I've actually just looked up some of these like girlfriend experience things on the internet. Every single one of them that I've clicked on, like the first and second sentences are always things about making guys feel good, and it's nothing to do with sex.
Yeah.
So here we've got, my name is Roxanne. I am a sweet, warm, beautiful, friendly, independent escort waiting to delight you. My name is Nicole, cute girl with lots of energy. If you need relaxation, do not hesitate to call me. I love the company of gentlemen and give pleasure, and giving pleasure is my top priority. All the moments spent with me, I will make you feel like you are in heaven. Hello, gentlemen. I'm Samir. I'm here to give you pleasure with my beauty and gentle body. 20 minutes alone with me, and I will give you all the pleasure you want and unforgettable service. It's not just like, come here and stick your dick in this.
No.
Every single one of them is, I'm going to make you feel wanted. I am here for you emotionally.
Yeah.
Yep. And it would be, and this is the research that actually was one of the best things I ever heard, I think, on the CBC, was this young woman was researching strippers and what they had to say about their clientele and why men use strippers. And she had to do this in opposition of feminist, like there was a ton of feminist opposition to her findings. And the way that she talked about feminists was just beautiful. She really, really didn't like them because they were trying to destroy her research.
Yeah.
So there's no surprise. And they would ask things like, well, why are you talking to the men? Why are you talking to the men to try to find out why they go to strippers? It's like, why am I talking to the people who are going to strippers to find out why they go to strippers? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because they're just gonna lie about it. And it's like, why would they lie?
Yeah.
Why is the assumption that when a man says I go to a stripper because a woman dancing, she's going to try to make me feel desirable? Why is it that when a man says that, it's a lie? But when feminists say no, men actually want to have sex with metaphorical dead bodies, which is something that is actually fucking published in a magazine, like Maclean's or some shit. Yeah. Men go to prostitutes because of latent necrophilia. They want to have sex with dead bodies.
Yeah.
And yet prostitutes, the biggest complaint in men's magazines is always about your girlfriend going starfish mode.
Yeah, I know.
That is always like the biggest complaint if you've ever read any of those magazines.
Yeah, no, and you even go like oh god, what was it? The 16 Commandments of Poon, right? On the I forget which pickup artist site had it, but one of them was like, fuck her like she's never been fucked before, fuck her until she's exhausted, fuck her until she's screaming in ecstasy, fuck her until she is like a puddle on the bed, fuck her so that she remembers this night forever, right? Because you've given her so much pleasure.
Fuck her until she has an emotional reaction to you.
Yeah.
Yay!
And it's like, essentially cultivate her desire and give her pleasure. That is what the pickup art, that one of the commandments of Poon is, on pickup artist sites, is give her pleasure. Give her pleasure like she's never had before. Give her pleasure that she will remember for the rest of her life, right? That is what you do. That is what you should do, right? Because her pleasure is yours. Right? That's what sex is all about. It's supposed to be about this sort of back and forth, two-way thing. And these are the rapey pickup artists who are saying, no, they're the rapey pickup artists who want to have necrophiliac tendencies and want to have sex with dead bodies, right? And their entire purpose in life is to cultivate desire for themselves from women, to essentially elicit women's desire for them, right? To get women to want to have sex with them, right? It's like, and that's apparently rapey. And why? Because apparently they have, according to them, they have cracked a code of the code of female sexuality. They've broken the fucking enigma, right? And therefore they have tools through which to manipulate women into feeling ways that women really don't feel.
Bullshit.
Total bullshit. All right, moving on, because we have...
Actually, just a sec. I gotta do the mute thing first, and then I wanted to address one other concept. The idea... Ooh. Oh, slut-shaming. Okay, looks good.
Okay.
I wonder When the guys who do slut shame, because most of the time when I've heard slut shaming, it's usually by women. I wonder if it's just this sort of unspoken rule that women sort of control the courtship. And what I mean by the courtship is like that period of emotionally getting to know each other before getting to sex. And the expectation on behalf of the man is that she's going to keep that courtship long enough, and she can take responsibility for being more chaste, but he needs it too. And if she sort of shortchanges it, and this is like a projection on his part. So he calls her a slut, even though the discomfort for him is that he has to recognize that he felt shortchanged on the emotional courtship aspect. Am I making myself clear?
Yes, sort of, but I don't know. I don't know whether that's
Okay.
what.
Well, let me try to present it in a so. As a very social species, like we've established,
He's
there's
expecting the dance,
he's
and
expecting the dance.
giving him is a buffet right on the first date.
Yeah, or shoving a cake down his throat. He's expecting the dance, and just like her, being social as species and everything that we've discussed, he's expecting to have that sort of emotional courtship before sex. And if she shortchanges this process and makes that emotional courtship shorter than he needs, then instead of saying, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll extend it, he doesn't want to, because there's this perception for men that you have to be ready all the time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or there's something wrong with you. So if she shortens it below what he's comfortable with, then there's that need maybe to project his discomfort onto her and call her a slut. And I'm not saying that this is like it's just a way that I think that we get into a bad dynamic.
That's something to actually think about, because that might actually be what's going on, is that men who maybe feel like that, men who feel that sex is something more than just running, right? And then and they're expecting a resistance. They're expecting, the courtship dance. They're expecting the sort of dance forward and dance away that women tend to do, right? And what they end up with is just, bam, yeah, and now it's done, right? And they're left feeling like maybe it just doesn't feel right, maybe to them. Yeah.
And because there's a lot of pressure on men not to look like they're always ready.
Yeah.
Instead of realizing that it's a situation where he just needs more time, which is perfectly valid.
Yeah.
He's essentially saying, well, I relied upon, the subconscious thing is, I relied upon you to extend this courtship long enough for me to be ready, and you didn't.
Yeah. Well, because I'm supposed to be pressing you to go all the way, and you're supposed to be, putting up resistance, token or otherwise, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but that extends the length of time of the emotional courtship.
Yeah. No, I think that there might be something to that. But we do need to move on, because holy shit, we have a whole nother minute to go through almost, and it's already
2 minutes.
It's been 2 minutes, 2 hours. Oh, we got 2 minutes. Fuck.
Why do you feel like it's okay to harass women or make offensive comments about women, but when somebody does it to your sister, it's not okay?
You know what? Anybody can say anything they like to my sister, either of my sisters. You know what? Anybody can say anything to my daughter. And you know what? She'll be able to handle it. Because she's not a fucking fragile little flower. She works the customer service desk at Walmart, right? She had a customer ream her out the other day, right? And over something that she has no control over. Customers like just tearing a strip off of her, and she finally puts up her hand with one finger and says, "Excuse me, as long as we're on the topic of things that annoy us, I'd just like to say I don't appreciate being blamed for things that I have nothing to do with."
Sassy.
And it wasn't sassy. She's very sweet.
Okay,
no. But she's
just have to deal with the echo. Unfortunately, it seems to be degrading right now. I think the feistiness is Google doesn't like that shit. But here, why don't we just turn it around? Why do you women in this video, Why do you think it's acceptable to harass and insult men in communal spaces? Why do you think it's acceptable?
Yeah, you think it's horrible and unacceptable when it happens to a woman, but when it happens to a man more often than it happens to women, oh, that's like, it's nothing.
No, wait, no, literally, they've said that all men find it acceptable to harass women in communal spaces. So let's turn this around. Well, obviously, all women find it acceptable to harass men in communal spaces by your logic. By the logic in this video. This is true. So you now need to take responsibility, young lady with the long black hair. You have to take responsibility for all women harassing men in communal areas. How dare you? How dare you think that that is appropriate? What other things do you think is appropriate? All those women in juvenile detention facilities raping young boys? You got to take responsibility for that too. Because women do it, therefore you're doing it.
I just, like, honestly, I'm sorry. I have been under fire in YouTube comment sections over the last few days because I have essentially said, okay, you stupid, senseless, fragile little flowers, here's how you deal with pathetic, stupid, cunty, trollish threats on the internet. Either you block the person, right, or you report it to the appropriate authorities, at which point they'll probably tell you it's not a credible threat and they're not going to do anything, or you just say, well, fuck, like, you're coming to rape me now? Like, I haven't shaved my legs in a while. How embarrassing. Can we reschedule? Right? Like, that's how you deal with that, because it doesn't matter. Like, people say horrible shit. People are going to say horrible shit to you, and, you have a responsibility as far as what your emotional response is when people say horrible shit to you. Right? You do. It's your feelings. They're your feelings. They're your responsibility, right? And if you clutch your pearls and swoon onto your fainting couch and then, like, post your Patreon 20 minutes later, right? Nobody's going to think that you're even remotely credible. They're going to think you're capitalizing on something, and not only capitalizing on it, but encouraging more of it by feeding into it.
Okay, I'm going to add something to that. If you don't think your emotions stop with you, if you think that somebody else needs to change someone else's behavior through laws, or just that they have to do something to make your life better, you're passing the buck. Every time you say that I'm not going to take responsibility for my emotions, for my emotional reaction, you're passing the buck to someone else, and you're enabling the creation of laws that curtail free speech. So just suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah, no, and it's not hard to suck it up from, when you have people sending you threats that, I mean, they can't even fucking spell or punctuate, right? They're not going to be able to dig up my address and, like, order a fucking plane ticket and come to my house. Like, all of these people, Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, all of these people who have made bank off of these threats that they get on Twitter, right? Rebecca Watson, all of them, right? How many have had somebody show up to their house? How many have been fired from their jobs, right? Because of a dedicated campaign. How many of them have actually been assaulted by somebody who sent them some threat over Twitter?
How many of them have been swatted? That thing that's actually got people killed.
The only woman that I know of who's been swatted was Miley Cyrus. Several times she's had SWAT teams sent to her house. But if you go on Wikipedia's page for swatting, it's the vast majority of victims are men.
Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. One thing I'd just like to add here before we banana on: have these women ever seen a man, like, actually harassing a woman in the street? Like, actually just going at her, not necessarily even physically, just verbally? Have they ever actually seen that? Because if you do, what you will notice is basically every guy within about a 20 or 30-mile radius will just turn their head towards it, keep an eye on it, and just kind of start slowly drifting into a short sprinting distance of it. Yeah, that's a society that finds it. Yeah, they're just gathering around to watch and cheer him on. Yeah, no, that's not what's happening. They're looking for an excuse to go and beat the shit out of him. As soon as his hand goes above his shoulder,
Wham!
Yeah.
Yeah. You look at the social experiments, and there are ones that do the sort of the role reversal. You know, first they do the man and the woman, and they're having an argument. You know, why were you talking to that guy? Why were you talking to that guy? And then he starts to like get a little bit physical with her and takes her.
He doesn't even have to get physical. You can see the reactions, even just from him shouting. Everyone's watching. Everyone.
And the moment he touches her, right, then people are out of their seats and they're coming after him, right? The woman, one of them I watched, she like freaking grabbed her boyfriend and she like threw him at a plate glass window, and you could see the window glass just wobble from this, right, from the impact. I'm surprised he didn't go through it, right? And the most that anybody did, any of the passersby, was some other guy just kind of stepped in and smacked the guy upside the back of the head and laughed about it.
Okay, here's a question. I wonder how far they can go with that. Have they ever tried to stage a murder? Like have a woman just murder a guy in the street?
Well, they have staged situations where men who are dressed like homeless people versus men who are dressed like businessmen collapsing, coughing in the street, and how quick people are to help. And people are very, very quick to help the man who's dressed like a businessman, and not the man who's dressed like a homeless person. But they also, I think that they should really do an experiment. A man maybe dressed like a homeless person and a woman dressed like a homeless person having a coughing fit and collapsing in the street, and see how quickly people help, right? We absolutely know that people are quicker to help women than they are to help men when they think that those women are in trouble. It's an off-duty cop walked by a woman, you know, engaging in a sustained verbal and physical assault on her boyfriend. He said, yeah, I know it's a double standard, but, you know, I figured, you know, he's not in any danger. You know, yeah. Like...
Yeah, but seriously, I want to see how far it will go. I mean, just beating on the guy is one thing, but let's see what happens if she pulls out a knife and starts to, you know, and stage it, though, like fake blood and everything.
Yeah, well, we've...
You know, something has been kind of done like this. I actually got the video now, just watching it through. They've got a black guy, a white guy, and a girl committing a crime. In this instance, they're stealing a bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you can see how that goes. Basically, every single person, because the way they're doing it, they're basically having them use like a sort of bolt cutters to like try and cut a chain off of this bike. Every single person that walks that echo. There we go. Yep. Can we mute the Karen? No. Okay. But every single person who walks up to the woman helps her. Every single one. The guys not so much. It's more or less even from what I'm seeing of the results. I think the black guy maybe gets questioned 1 or 2 times more, but basically every single time the woman is helped. So these are 3 people actively engaging in a crime, and all the people help the woman to perpetrate a crime, just unquestioningly.
Yeah, that's a lot of power.
I would love to see something like this portrayed with like a murder. Because I think that would be great.
Yeah, well, I want to see how far it goes. If people are willing to ignore violence against men done by women...
Even if it's just like a guy just sort of starts shouting at her, or she starts shouting at him, and even if she just like gets a fake gun, just pulls it out of a person, just points it at his face. Just see if anyone interacts then. Or if
well, anything. I mean, at that point...
it would be a dangerous point, because if it was done in America, she'd probably get shot, because... Americans, guns, and police, but
No,
yeah,
I
just
I think at
anything
that
like
point,
that.
if she pulls a gun, I would understand why people don't want to get near it. But the thing is that maybe if she pulled a knife, that might
Yeah,
that might be a little bit less. I just want to see what.
Well, I have seen video of women kicking the shit out of guys, and guys standing around and watching her kick the guy repeatedly in the head while he's down, right? They're
mm.
just watching her and they're laughing, right? And they think it's just hilarious, right? Because she like freaking kicked him in the nuts and he went down, and then she's just like fucking kicking him in the head,
All
right?
right, I
I've
can
seen.
hear your dog.
So no, that's not my dog. That's my son because he's making noise.
Oh,
Stop sprinkling plastic. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay,
okay.
stop
Let's
that.
let's move more.
We're
Let's move.
moving on.
We need to banana.
How does it feel to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of making a point?
It feels
Actually,
wonderful, actually.
it feels
Mm.
real good. I'm quite
Feels
enjoying it.
amazing to be able to get a fucking word in edgewise in this video.
Like,
I can
honestly,
imagine watching it without being able to. I literally cannot imagine watching this without stopping and responding to it with other people. I don't know why people do this. Why people watch it.
well, with when you every time I look at an episode of The Big Questions or some kind of feminist versus anti-feminist thing, even my own situation on the Young Turks, my situation with David Packman, my situation with Naomi Wolf, right, on that panel in New Hampshire, right? I was being interrupted constantly, right? And it's absolutely freaking hilarious that I'm being interrupted because I'm taking, not because I'm a woman, but because I'm taking an anti-feminist position, right?
Look at
And the
Milo on that panel that we just did a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I was going to mention
absolutely
that.
I think somebody
constant,
found out he got like 90 seconds of speaking time. All of
yeah,
almost all of it was interrupted.
yeah, no, his 90 seconds of speaking time included people trying to speak over him, but he had not been stopped from talking.
Yeah.
So
And then the woman got like something like 2 or 3 minutes of speaking time.
yeah, all completely uninterrupted. Yeah. No, it's absolutely it's ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. If you look at how women converse, if you look at Honey Badger Radio, if you look at my habits on Honey Badger Radio, I'm interrupting all the time. Sometimes I'm interrupting to just add something like a half a sentence to say yes, and there's this, right? And then they can go on. Sometimes I'm interrupting because I disagree, whatever. But I interrupt all the time. I do that, right?
Men don't do
I'm
that as much.
they not with women.
Okay. Banana. Interrupting.
Banana.
During a meeting.
Why do you have to sit with your legs so wide open?
Oh, you fucking stupid whore!
I get that
Physics
you
and
have
biology.
Okay, all right, yeah, let's go back. Why do you have to sit with your legs wide open? What is it to you? You fucking control freak. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
What does it feel like to put 3 shopping bags onto the disabled seat next to you?
It doesn't matter anything. It doesn't matter anything unless there's a disabled person wanting to sit down, right? And then you move your bags. Like how
Oh,
hard is
no, they don't. You can fucking stand with your crutches.
that? But
How does it feel to put your feet on your friend next to you and get a fucking pedicure done while you're on the train?
How does it feel to be such an obnoxious, sanctimonious cunt that you think it's appropriate to tell people how to sit?
yeah.
I get that you have balls, but I don't stand around with my arms wide open to make.
Yeah, you know
Yeah,
why? You know what? And I had my boobs, okay? 10 years ago, my boobs were G34. Cup size G. That's a cup size that most women don't know exists. G. Okay? And I've never had to spread my arms, walk around with my arms flung out like that kid in the Christmas Story, the little brother, Ralphie's little brother, who, he's in his snowsuit, right? And his arms are like sticking out straight at his sides. I've never had to walk around because my arms hang at my sides and my tits protrude forward, right? I don't have tits situated between my fucking thighs, right? If I had tits situated between my fucking thighs, I probably wouldn't be crossing my legs that often, and I certainly wouldn't be crossing my legs if I'm sitting on a hard bus seat. Maybe if I'm sitting on a really soft, comfortable memory foam couch on the set of Conan O'Brien, sure, I'll cross my legs with my ginormous tits in between my fucking thighs. Okay?
That's like the way a deer would be if it had tits.
God damn it. Like, how, do these women, like, geometry!
Yeah, but can you imagine if, like, guys did this? Like, if they were so, well, I don't know, like, an aspect of female genitals that society would have to accommodate. And then they mocked us for being uncomfortable in certain circumstances because of our genitals and having to sit a particular way.
Oh, you're uncomfortable swimming in the pool before tampons existed?
Let's mock you.
Why would you be uncomfortable about that?
Yeah, especially with the sharks in there.
God damn.
Yeah, this is just getting weird.
Blackbeard brand tampons to plug the bloody hole before the sharks smell you.
Jesus Christ.
Arr.
Arr. Oh God. All right.
This point hurts my brain.
You
really can't see this difference. Okay, you've got something on the front of your body. When you sit down, your arms are still at the side. That's not a problem. You have something else on the front of your body at your crotch. When you sit down, your legs come in front of you. They have to intersect that thing. If you don't open them slightly, the intersection is a thing. You should know about this, feminists. This intersecting of things. Do you know what happens when things intersect when they actually take up a physical mass? That mass has to go somewhere, and when it goes somewhere, it's not very comfortable.
What bothers me about this, too, is it's not just about balls. It's also about upper body mass. It's about the shape of the pelvis. It's about the length of the legs, right? The height of seats on public transit are a compromise between the youngest users, the smallest users, and the biggest users. So they are a compromise between the average 10-year-old kid and the average man, right? Which means that...
Have you seen a man on public transport? Their legs are never parallel.
The seat height is designed not specifically to cater to the average size woman, but the average size woman just happens to fit into that particular demographic that the seat heights are geared for, because they are a compromise between 10-year-old kids and adult men, right? And then so you have, and I've seen this on planes, I've seen this on trains, I've seen this on buses, right?
Have you seen it on automobiles, though?
Yes. Okay. If you are sitting sideways to the motion of the vehicle, right, and it's making lots of starts and stops, right? So it's accelerating and decelerating a lot, right? And you are sitting sideways and you have a narrow pelvis and a large upper body compared to your lower body and long legs, okay? So your knees are higher than your waist if you're sitting normally, and you have a very, very small, I guess you would describe this as like, oh, the average tire on a car only really has contacts the road about the size of somebody's hand, right? Okay, so you have an entire vehicle that's being, that it's 4 hands worth of space that is its contact with the road, right? So you have this tiny little pelvis, right? Typical male pelvis that's contacting the seat, that's holding you in place. And then you have a much larger, heavier upper body with a higher center of gravity than the average woman, who has a bigger ass, a smaller upper body, and shorter legs. So, you know what? She can sit a certain way and not topple over when the bus decides he's going to fucking gun it, or he's going to slam on his brakes to stop at a bus stop, right? when I sit sideways on the bus, I have my legs wide fucking open because otherwise I topple over.
Physics.
Right? Because I have no ass, I have super long legs, no ass, and gigantic wide shoulders and big tits.
And now we have discovered the geometry of Karen.
Well, like it's infuriating. Like I have to sit that way, and not only that, not only do I have to sit that, I also have to hold on to a pole, or I have to lean forward and put my elbows on my knees so that my entire center of gravity is lower in order to not tip over into the person next to me.
Banana.
These fucking bitches. Like, I'm mad.
Room for my boob.
Why are women perceived as the weaker sex?
Because you're weaker. Get over it.
Because you create shitty, stupid commercials like this, or whatever the hell this is, videos like this, in which you whine about shit and posture morally. And you know what?
Because he for she.
This one is self-defeating. Because feminist campaigns exist, and because you are physically weaker, and you are emotionally weaker, and mentally weaker, and you are fucking proving it by existing.
He for she, but don't dare say women are weaker. We need men to defend us. Don't say women are weaker.
We need men to lean in, because we are strong, independent women. We don't need no man.
God damn it.
Literally birth you.
Yeah, you know what?
You literally birthed who? Me? You didn't literally birth me. In fact, I doubt you literally birthed anyone. What is this? Like, this is the most annoying aspect of this video. You didn't literally birth anyone. Men aren't literally advocating for harassing women in communities. Why are we talking about men and women as, I don't know, political parties? What is this?
Speaking as somebody who has literally birthed 3 people, okay? If you're even reasonably healthy, right? Like, you don't have to pass a military fitness test to give birth, right? Like, you don't have to be as strong as the average man to give birth. Your body is actually designed to give birth. And giving birth it's not an intentional effort. It's not something that it's not a task that you look at and you say, this is a challenge, okay? I'm going into labor. This is a challenge, and it's going to take all of my intestinal fortitude to stick to this challenge and not give up. There is no giving up, right? The baby's coming out whether you give up or not, right? It doesn't require any strength. It just requires lying back and letting things happen. It's this whole idea of giving birth as a sign of strength and fortitude is the equivalent of calling those electrode belts that you wear. You can exercise your stomach muscles with electrolysis, while you're resting. It's like calling that exercise. Oh, you can relax and read a book, and your abs will be getting a workout completely without any effort on your part. That's what childbirth is, right? It's not a choice. Once you're in it, it's not a choice. It's not like you're a marathon runner and you're running through. No, the wall exists. You're gonna hit the wall at some point or another, whether you're like freaking under general anesthetic or not. Like, fuck.
I just can't deal with this fucking thing. It's like, oh yeah, women can give birth, therefore they are stronger than all men. What? I can't fathom this logic. Okay, so your body can do a task that it was designed to do. Okay, great. What's your point? This is like saying that a guy who can ejaculate is stronger than a woman. It's like, no, your body is just doing something that it was designed to do. Yeah, sure, it's like not a very pleasant thing to go through, and it can be exceptionally painful, and usually is, but that's not a sign of like this ultimate strength. And second of all, I really just object to these women who have never had children trying to use this as a thing. It's like, oh, I'm going to claim the effort of other women, or as my display of strength. No, no, it doesn't work like that. That's ridiculous. Please stop.
Well,
I like how someone's here. It's like, oh, yeah, your body was designed to do this. Well, no, it wasn't designed by like a grand creator. Obviously, you dumbass. Your body has evolved to do this, and it has evolved to make this process as efficiently as possible given the circumstances. That's why, human beings give birth to children who are basically fucking retarded, because their brains can't develop fully within the womb. If they did, then you wouldn't actually physically be able to birth them. Yes, it's not a design, but this is a situation that has arisen. It has come about to work this way because that is kind of the most efficient way of doing it, or what is it forever in the process of being designed as the efficientest way of doing this.
Shall we take a break and take a letter?
Can do.
Oh, is that even worse?
It's worse, Allison. Okay,
I think you're being sarcastic. I don't know how anything could be worse than BuzzFeed. All right, so KJ here. A video slightly related to the video you discussed in this Rantzerker 34 that I saw several years ago was one of the first cracks in my adherence to feminism. I think he's referring to that video, The Mask You Live In, that we did on your channel, Karen. Oh, yeah, that fucking shit. I don't remember the exact title. I went searching for it recently. If I remember it right, it not only included the treatment of boys by other boys, but by girls and adults too. That maybe some of the problem of men was the mental abuse they suffer as boys in this society. It kind of suggested that maybe fixing some of the problems of the world would be to treat boys like human. It really struck me. A lot of the negative stuff shown in the video happened constantly to me growing up, and it was very painful for me. I was never man enough, never strong enough, never into sports. I never measured up to society's expectations for being a good enough boy man. The video was posted on a progressive website, but it never went into how it would directly benefit women in the video, so when I tried many times to discuss the video with my many feminist contacts, it was a non-issue. It was ignored or brushed off, or some responded positively, but mostly it was like it never happened. It made no sense to me at the time. If we went and tried to help the young boys and deal with their problems, it might just fix so many problems women face also. Until that time, I was under the delusion that feminism was about fixing problems and making life better for everyone. More and more doubts over time developed after that. About stallions and stalls. To explain what the stallions and stalls thing was, during the mask we live in, I mentioned the idea that we blame in the Middle Ages we started to stall stallions. Before then they were just ran with the herd with regular horses, and they were very socially adjusted because they're social creatures. And then we started to get really obsessed about horse lineages and breeding them. So we started to stall stallions to prevent them from breeding freely. And what ended up happening is the effect of being stalled basically made them go nuts. And then we said that stallions are bad because they have balls, but we would let horses like neutered or geldings run with their herd, so they'd be perfectly social. And it never made the connection that when you put a social animal in a box, it goes mad. And then so we basically started talking about toxic stallioninity, instead of focusing on what we do to stallions, the unnatural things we do to stallions, or to extend the metaphor, boys, that causes them to have dysfunctional behaviors. So this is what he's referring to when he talks about stallions and stalls. This is so very much true. Back when I was a teenager and first getting into horses, really, I didn't know anything about except instinctual stuff. I'd been exceptional in dealing with animals my entire life. Well, I wanted to get into horseback riding, so I went with a casual friend to a barn where she had her horse. I was visiting the horses through the stall doors. One stall was more secure and darker than the rest. The girls there warned me that I went up to the stall, "Be careful, that's a stallion, and he's very mean." Needless to say, I was intrigued, never been near a stallion before. I started to interact with him through the bars on the stalls. He seemed very concerned and confused. He tried to nip me several times. I just bumped him on the nose when he tried to bite, but never with any stress or anger or fear. I'm here to pet you, not be bitten, and I'm not going away. After a short time, he seemed to really relax, like he started to pet me, or to let me pet him. I started to really enjoy being interacted with. After the girls all walked out the door to ride their horses, I let myself into his stall. I know no horse experience, and I just went into a dangerous stallion's stall alone with no experience. He got concerned again and tried to nip me a few times, but as before, I was just calm and cool and let him know biting was not okay. But I was not upset or bothered or scared at all. He very quickly calmed down. It was not long before I was scratching him all over like he was a puppy. He was so desperate for contact and attention, he just had no clue how to get the approval of the women, who were all clearly scared of him. It seems so common people are scared of stallions, and so stallions are scared of them, and only problems can come of that. Horses react very poorly to fear. I did have a friend in Alaska, a single woman. She lived with zero fear. She was a strong person. Her favorite riding horse was her quarter horse stallion. She had over a dozen horses, all outside with runs right next to each other. Only thing separating them was just a single strand of hot wire. Her horses were all calm and well adjusted. A couple times someone came through her place and cut the wire holding her stallion in. I would be driving past and notice him loose and didn't even give it a second pause to just pull in, grab a rope, walk right over to him, put the rope around his neck, and lead him to a different pen. If you treat a stallion with love and firm but loving respect, they can just be as calm as any other horse. Why can't feminists see this with men and boys also? Treat us with love and respect and genuine care and see what we can become. Take care, KG. Well,
There you go.
because that requires effort. It requires growing up and being sensible.
It requires understanding what men are like, where they're coming from, and we'd much rather just say that men are bad. So there you go.
Stop sitting with your legs open, men. Stop sitting in ways that we disapprove.
Stop sitting in ways that reinforce your patriarchal dominance.
And even though we judge you on whether or not you're capable and have utility, stop explaining stuff to us, because that's mansplaining. But yeah, help us fix our computer. But don't explain how you're doing it while you're doing it.
He for she!
Okay, let's go on.
Is it wrong that the only thing that I took out of that actually quite tragic story was that if you treat a stallion with butt loving, everything is fine?
With butt loving?
Mm.
I think that's an antler thing. Maybe.
I think maybe you're colored by the whole.
I think we need to treat men in society with more butt loving. Milo!
Yeah, I can't say that I'm really against that.
I can endorse the butt loving.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like as like a panacea, but it's certainly enjoyable. So.
Okay, let's.
Moving on.
Yes.
Like watermelons through like this.
Why
Yeah, no, it's not a watermelon through that. So get over yourself.
is it so bad to
You know, babies' heads are actually, their skulls are actually unfused, and that's to make them change shape to accommodate the narrowness of the birth canal. So, yeah, no, it's not a watermelon through a 1.5-inch diameter orifice at all. Thank you. Good night.
show your emotions?
It means you're.
Oh, my God. Okay, here we go.
Show your emotions.
Oh,
Wait, go back a little bit further.
Through like this.
Why is it so bad to show your emotions?
Because you make it bad.
Because male tears.
Jesus fucking Christ! Do you really want men to talk about their vulnerabilities? Well, here we are talking about your men's vulnerabilities, and we're not even men doing it, and you still want us to shut the fuck up.
Well, as always, male tears. That's pretty much the only example. Otherwise, you're being creepy, you're being needy, you're being possessive, you're not giving me enough space, you're too emotional, you're too weak, I need you to be strong for me. Shall I go on?
Well, the idea that of a group of men actually recognizing their vulnerabilities, that's exactly what men's rights activism is. Vulnerabilities to women in society. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to look at it. Nobody wants to think about it. It's even
Yeah, but
difficult to say it.
it's
The thing
just
is,
misogyny.
these women try to destroy the spaces where men actually do deal with their emotional issues.
Yeah.
Just because men don't deal with their emotional issues in the same way that women do, that doesn't mean that you need to feminize every environment, because that's going to make it worse for men. Okay,
Well,
now again, I'm harking back to personal anecdotes here, but again, military times, you have these things where if you're going to do something, it's not uncommon for a group of lads, you break off in little circles before you're going to go and do whatever horrendous things it is you're going to do, and you'll say, right, look, lads, we're going to go out. We might not all see each other at the end of it, but we all need to have our head in the game. Does anyone have anything they want to just get off their chest now before we do it? And it can be anything. And the amount of things that have been heard when you're all huddled together, fucking shoulder to shoulder around this tiny little fucking hexamine stove, you would be fucking amazed. Because that is an environment where men feel fine about expressing something that is emotional.
yeah.
And that's fine. And it gets dealt with. But women, like this, would very much like to destroy those kinds of spaces.
Yes, they would, and it's because they suspect that when men get together in men's only spaces and talk about their feelings, what they're really talking about is how much they hate women.
No,
Well,
I seem to recall so many of them as being like, oh yeah, this might be my last thing because got a kid on the way and I need to go and deal with that.
Yeah, no, of course.
And I want to be there to deal with it. Number of fucking times I heard that one.
Of course, it's absolutely. But these women suspect that when men get together to talk about their feelings, the feelings that they're talking about are how much they hate women.
well, they suspect it because if you ever listen to a lot of women talking about men, holy
Yeah.
shit. I wouldn't. Yeah. If I were that inclined to be cruel and mean towards the opposite sex, I would also be worried that they were being that way towards me. But the other thing is, you want men to express. Why is it so hard to express their emotions? Because when you express an emotion, you're vulnerable, and I doubt that most men have ever experienced. They have to pay for this experience. They have to pay for a woman who is strong enough to listen to their vulnerabilities, their hopes and fears without judgment. Are you strong enough for a vulnerable man, lady? I don't think so.
Actually, this is my experience with the one guy, and this is the one time that I actually participated in any kind of cheating. And it was a man who, we were in a small town, so he worked in camp, and so he was gone like 2, 3 weeks at a time, and I used to see his wife out at the bar, grinding against other guys on the dance floor and then going home with them and stuff, right? So I knew that the marriage was completely it was just a sham at that point. And I had heard that, he'd been sleeping on a futon in the basement for the last 2 years. So the marriage is over. I'm no longer concerned about being the other woman breaking up a marriage. The marriage is done, right? It just hasn't breathed its last death rattle yet. And one of the things when he would come over to my place was, the routine was we would have sex, then we would talk for an hour and a half, and he would tell me all of his fears. He would tell me, I know that I know that my marriage is done. I know that there's no saving it, but I can't bring myself to leave because I might lose my boys, and I don't want to tell my parents that I failed, and all of this other stuff, right? And then we'd have sex again, and then he would go. And he was there not for the sex. I mean, the sex was great, but that's not why he was there. He was there to to just essentially be able to vomit all of his fears and his insecurities and all of his failings and all of the things that his regrets and everything that he had in his life that worried him and concerned him and upset him and all of that. That's why he was there, is because I was willing to listen to that and not even to be like super mondo sympathetic and wonderful and just like, it's not like I wasn't willing to tell him where I thought he'd gone wrong, where I thought he'd made poor decisions, where I thought that he, you can do better next time, right? You can learn from this mistake, and because it was a mistake. But just the fact that I was listening without essentially screaming and running the other way, the moment he started to talk about the ways that he felt vulnerable, the ways that he felt weak, the ways that he felt like a failure, the ways that he felt like he was going to lose the things that he cared about. And that's men don't need to be compelled or coerced into sharing their feelings in environments where these women like this, right, are going to be there judging them. They need to have places, whether it's with a prostitute, with someone like me, with a sex worker, with a counselor, with other men, right, where they can share those feelings, and it's okay for them to share those feelings, and nobody's going to scream and run the other way. Nobody's going to berate them for it. Nobody's going to say, well, you're never, essentially, on the inside, a lot of these women would say, well, I'm never having sex with you again. It's just sad.
Well, like I said, is she strong enough to actually listen to a man's vulnerabilities? Or is she the type of person who's just going to run away screaming like a little girl at these? And
Banana.
I have to, I just have to get Karen unmuted, but Google Plus is being a bit of a dick about it.
That's fine. I think we can have a moment of silence. That all suddenly got very deep very quickly. Dem feels, man. Dem feels. And dem memories.
Yeah, memories of the way we. Okay, I gotta try to get Karen. It's not for some reason the control room has just decided it doesn't want to give me control. So I think you're gonna have to I think you're gonna have to get out of the thing. Yeah, there you go. Information has been conveyed, folks.
Misty watercolor memories.
Oh, the way we used to be. Okay.
This video has been flagged for copyright infringement.
Has it?
Yeah.
No, because you sing stuff on YouTube. That's normally how it works.
Oh, shit.
You know, my ad for this show, because I used the Trollolol song, it got flagged for copyright.
I'm not even surprised.
It essentially meant that I can't monetize it, that's all.
Oh, no.
Well, they're getting actually more brutal. Like Vice managed to sneak through a copyright claim three times on the video, and I just gave up on the last time. I was like, I'm not giving Vice any fucking ad revenue, but eventually I just had to give up because they were just. So I don't know what's going to happen with this one. We'll find out.
Oh, who knows?
Why are you always trying to prove your masculinity to me?
Why the
Because
fuck
you're always demanding it.
Yeah.
He for she, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Why are you always trying to prove your masculinity? Why are you always trying to prove your femininity with those freaking hairstyle and the clothing and the lipstick? Why are you always doing that?
Yeah, I love like are all of these women, do they all have this little flip up thing with their eyeliner?
It's the in thing now.
Yeah.
us? When did words get gendered?
Why is it your first
Okay,
All
wait.
the fucking time. When do words get gendered? Welcome to most European languages.
Oh,
Most
well.
European languages that have a Latin origin have gendered words. In fact, rather interestingly, you're speaking English, which is one of the only European languages that doesn't have gendered words. It's one of the very few languages that actually got rid of gendered words. French still has them, German still has them, I think Spanish still has them, Norwegian still has it, Swedish still has it. English doesn't.
There you go.
So I don't get what you're fucking... I suppose this is like, I don't know, the talking about like the word bitch and things like that.
Well,
I think
here,
they're hinting at gendered insults, maybe.
let me play it again.
Masculinity to me.
Why the fuck isn't it ladylike to cuss? When did words get gendered?
What?
Oh, okay. Okay, so when did words get gendered? Okay, how about you explain this to me? Mansplaining, man-spreading, man-slamming, man-interrupting.
Yeah, and then we have the feminists being all like, oh no, but women can do that too. So why does it have the prefix man?
Patriarchy.
When have I ever shied away from cussing?
I cuss a lot too. I actually feel sort of bad about it sometimes.
I still remember my extended interview with Steven Crowder, right? Because the first half hour on his channel was being broadcast and the FCC was listening, you know, and I had to watch my language. And one of the first things that I did when we switched over to the portion that I hosted on my channel was go like, oh my fucking God, thank God I can fucking cuss again, motherfucker, right? Like, I don't, it's not unladylike for a woman to cuss. It's unladylike for women to, well, no, it's unseemly for women to be shrill, like Big Red. Shut the fuck up, fuckface, anyway! But, you know, if you'll just let me read my list for the 50th billionth time, shut the fuck up, okay? Okay? Shut the fuck up, fuckface. Fuckface. Patriarchy, fuckface.
But that's just being obnoxious. Like, even if it was a man, that would be just as obnoxious.
Absolutely. 100%.
All right, banana.
To doubt women who have been sexually violated or raped?
Why do you
It's called due process, idiot. Let's move on.
assume a woman's angry because she's on her period?
Why?
Because
she's being angry.
Because you can use it as a legal defense.
you use your fucking periods as an excuse to murder your spouses and your children, right? You use your period, like, I use my period as an excuse to be bitchy. I'm on my period right now. I'm really bitchy, okay? I use my period as an excuse because my period is an excuse because it makes me moody. It makes me emotionally unstable. It makes me react to things in ways that I normally wouldn't, right? And so, I'm not saying I would use it as an excuse for murder, but I use it to say to my boyfriend, don't take anything I'm saying right now seriously. Don't take my emotional state right now seriously. It has nothing to do with you or anything that you've done. It is all me. It is my emotional state. It is my hormonal state. Please don't apologize. I will be in a better mood tomorrow, I promise. Right? That is what I say. Because when I am angry for no rational reason, I can almost guarantee you it's because, oh, my period's going to start the next day.
Banana.
I think this is something which has actually come up on the previous Bangladesh thing, where we actually covered this. Again, I think this is that like whole point refuted 1,000 times. Like we've covered this before. And you want to know what it is? Did you really fucking want to know what it is? The answer is you're a bitch because estrogen. When you have that raise in estrogen that goes along with having your period as your body is going to start rebuilding the womb, essentially, an increased level in estrogen has actually been shown, not only in humans, but also in rats and mice and everything like that, to elicit increased responses of aggression. This idea that feminists have where it's like, oh, testosterone makes you aggressive and estrogen is everything that's good. No, an increase in estrogen has been shown to lead to increases in aggression. You want to
You
know
know
why
what?
you're a bitch when you're on your period? That's why.
You know,
Fucking
you know what?
biochemistry.
You know what's the most interesting thing about that is that when they actually give people, when they get people to participate, particularly women, to participate in testosterone studies, right? They have found a greater correlation between increased aggression and people who believe they have been given testosterone than increased aggression and people who were given testosterone, right? So the people who thought they were given testosterone acted more aggressively than the people who were given testosterone but weren't sure what they were given, whether they had a placebo or not. And on top of that, testosterone is necessary for aggression the way oxygen is necessary for shoplifting, right? It's a necessary condition, right? But in males, aggression is indicated by the conversion of testosterone to something called estradiol, which is an estrogen derivative in certain cells of the brain. So you can't tell from a man's blood serum testosterone level whether he's going to be aggressive or not. You can only tell by the rate of conversion of testosterone to estradiol that happens in his brain whether he's going to be aggressive. So it really is estrogens that have a direct correlation with aggression.
Scientific banana.
Banana.
Why do you think women that wear makeup are false advertising? We can say the same thing about your dick size. Why is
I'm sorry. No, one is on display very obviously publicly at all times. The other one you can't publicly display at all times because you get arrested.
What? How
and
are
you
men
can't-
falsely advertising their dick size?
No, I think you mean like falsely advertising the fact that you're loaded by wearing a very nice suit and renting a Lamborghini. We covered this earlier.
I know we covered this, but we didn't cover this specific insanity. How are men advertising their dick sizes?
I don't know.
Well,
Well, I
I say
do
the same about your dick size. Does that mean that every what? How does this? Okay. How
Is
does
this that
shit
trick
like
where
this
you
get-
take a photo of your junk holding a Coke can a couple of inches below it? Is that the trick we're talking about here?
I don't. I could go back, Karen. I want to hear this again.
God, it's stupid.
She's on her period.
Why do you think women that wear makeup are false advertising? We can say the same thing about your dick size. Why?
No, you can't, because a man's dick size is his dick size.
Yeah, but
Right?
I did the back.
He might say, right, oh, my dick's so big I can barely fit it in these freaking shorts.
What guy does that?
Oh God, like there's guy they joke about shit like that. It's
Yeah, but that's a joke. That's not like. That's not the same. This is the fucking parallel is break. It doesn't work.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't work
Have
at
you
all.
ever noticed how if a guy actually does intentionally manipulate the size of his penis with crotch stuffing or things like that, that is instantly socially derided and mocked when it's found out. No one will socially deride or decry a woman for wearing makeup. Ever.
No, never. Or even getting breast implants and things like that. It's essentially it's just enhancement. It's
I
not
don't
love.
understand the connection. Like, what's really baffling me is she's presented these two concepts that apparently have no connection, and what's bothering me is it obviously is connected somehow in her brain. How are these two concepts connected? How?
Because one, by wearing makeup, a woman is increasing her sexual marketplace value. If a guy says, if a guy stucks a tube sock into his underwear, he is increasing his sexual market
But that's
value.
not a common practice.
Kind of. Yeah, I know. This is the thing. It's like you're comparing something which is like the standard versus something which is the exception.
No,
Generally, guys who want to increase their sexual marketplace value will, buy a fancy watch or a watch that looks fancy, put on a couple of rings, wear a nice shirt or something.
It just seems like
put on a
she
wedding
just
ring.
wants an opportunity to shame men somehow, or say that all men have small dicks or some shit. And also, once again, Karen, look at the
What?
face.
Oh, I know.
They all have this expression of smug, like that duping delight, the con man's expression, of gotcha, of that they're getting something over on someone. They all have that expression. But what is it that they're getting over? Like, what is it that's giving them this sense of oh yeah, I've got one over on you. I'm conning you. I'm deceiving you. And so, what is giving that emotion to them?
No idea. Other than just smug moral superiority, that's all it is. Okay, moving on.
All right.
We have to move on. We have to. Like, it's 3 o'clock. God damn it.
Isn't it weird that there's a bunch of old white men sitting in a room making legislation about what I can and can't do with my body?
Okay, so you'd rather have Michelle Bachmann, Sarah Palin, and Ann Coulter being in that room deciding what you can and can't do with your own body, right? Right? Because then at least they would have vaginas, and they would be able to speak for what you want. They would absolutely 100% be able to represent your interests as far as what you can do with your body. Unlike Joe Biden and Bill Clinton and Barack Obama and Al Franken and all of those men, Jon Stewart, all of those progressive men who are pro-choice to the point where they don't even think that there should be any limits placed on abortion, yet none of those men have any right to speak about it. It's only women. Women like Michelle Bachmann, women like Sarah Palin, women like freaking Ann Coulter, women like any other freaking conservative, pro-life freaking person. Yeah, oh yeah, no, just as long as they have a vagina, they're qualified to speak on your behalf. You stupid, stupid bitch.
Well,
Plus.
they're gonna.
That's all I can say. Plus.
Thumbs up. All right.
Okay. Banana.
Do you have a coochie?
Wire straight.
Yes, I have a coochie.
No, I don't have a fucking coochie. What the fuck? Just go away, you goddamn pedo bear sounding person. Who calls it a coochie?
I have a hoo-ha. I have a vajayjay. I have every euphemism for vagina. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of prefer the word coochie to the word vagina after having my fill of Eve Ensler. So.
Yeah, but remember Coochie Snorcher that could?
Oh my god.
Oh, come serious. I don't think I'm ever going to get over that. Oh.
But let's just call it a cunt and be done
Yeah,
with
it's like a good Anglo-Saxon word.
Cunt is a beautiful word. If it was good enough for Chaucer, it should be good enough for anybody. It's a perfectly serviceable workaday word for female genitalia. Cunt. Cunt Grope Lane in London, people.
Look it up. And banana.
Banana.
Great guy's so obsessed with lesbians.
Because 2 of what I want to see is better than 1. There you go. 2 chocolate bars. If I'm on my period and I'm craving chocolate, 2 chocolate bars are better than 1. Oh my goodness. Oh, 2 steaks better than 1. 2 cars better than 1. 2 of anything better than 1. 2 handsets for my telephone. 2 computers in my home. 2 televisions in my home. 2 bathtubs / showers in my home. 2 toilets in my home. Better than 1. Oh my goodness. Isn't that wonderful? Like, I want something. I really, really, really like looking at something. I really, really like, oh my goodness. And 2 of them is even better than 1.
And why is it that it's the exact same thing? Aaron, fucking microphone.
Oh.
Right. Do it. There we go. Why is it that the exact same thing is true for women? Why is it that the most viewed pornography genres by women are threesomes? Why? Why is it always threesomes with two men, threesomes with two women, or cuckold porn, which is also two men? Why?
Well, because
Why is that?
Probably the
Is it
same
because
principle. It's just, one penis good, two penis better.
yeah,
also,
it's really just that simple.
also,
This is not something limited to men. Women have these same thoughts as well.
I would say that like a lot of women would probably be interested in eating pussy if they ever, you
Oh,
know.
that's what I mean. It's like when threesomes are the most observed pornography genre by women, and it's male male female and male female female. It's
Mhm.
both kinds. There's basically no preference either way. It's just as long as there's two other people, it's preferred. As long as there's three people in that situation. Also, gay porn is viewed quite a lot by straight women as well. So
Yes, it is. Yes,
yes,
it is. And
it's like, have you ever like read fanfics written by women? It's so much of it is gay.
oh
So
God, yeah.
much of it.
They're always trying to get Kirk and Spock to like freaking make out and shit.
We
Yeah.
just read a fanfic on our mailbag that was written, I think by a man though, but
Yeah,
it was a rule 63 and 34 of me and Karen. So we were
yeah.
men.
Well, I have like as someone who was like deep into the erotica community for a long time, for years. Yeah, most of the like as far as written material, right? And this is not visual porn. Visual porn is generally geared towards a male audience because men are more visual. Women are more, even in their sexual fantasies, women tend to want to have more of a storyline, even if it's the pizza guy arrives and, and then, oh, I don't have any money to pay. And oh, what can I offer you? You know, there sort of needs to be a beginning, a middle, and an end. You don't see women so much going for like cum shot montages, like 20 minutes of just like 3 seconds each cum shot montages, right? Um, they don't they tend to have different ways of wanting to explore sexuality, right? And most of them have to do with a story that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. But one of the things that I noticed was that women, there are a lot of straight women and gay women, lesbian women, hardcore lesbian women, women who have never touched a penis, right? Who read gay porn, who write gay porn. They have no attraction for men whatsoever other than to see men having sex with men. It's fucking weird.
Is it?
Is
Yep.
it? Yep.
No, I don't think it's
No, I
weird.
don't think it's weird.
Well, I don't
the
think
echo's a bit weird, but
weird. It's just unusual. Women's sexuality is a little bit different from male sexuality.
sorry about that, Karen. That was a badly timed mute. Just a feedback issue. No, I'm not. I think recently it's been studies into like pornography has found that women under the age of I think 35 are viewing pornography a lot more than women over that age, and in fact more than even men over the age of 35. So there's an increasing market for pornography among women, visual pornography too.
Yeah, this is why actually quite a lot of pornography sites that I totally haven't researched actually have a female choice and women's segments.
And this
And
is
if you look at them, they are loaded with threesome, cock, and gay porn.
And this is totally, you have totally not researched this, like just like your friend was the
Nope.
one who.
Nope. I have not researched this meticulously on a daily basis. I would never do such things. I am not researching it right now in the middle of this stream.
Yeah, Karen, I'm trying to unmute you, but Google is like.
Are you saying that you don't find us interesting enough to like be able to just like set aside your porn for even like 5 minutes, Teal dear?
I'm gonna get us back onto the subject at hand here. I'm just gonna say I'm here with two honey badgers, and two honey badgers is better than one.
There you go.
I am enjoying my time on Honey Badger Radio, 97.5 FM.
That actually doesn't go to anything, though. All right, Karen.
All right, did you guys hear me fapping? I was fapping.
Were you?
Yeah. You totally didn't even hear it.
Oh my god.
It's all sore. Jesus, you guys.
How does it feel to get kicked in the balls?
Do you ever?
How does it feel to get kicked in the balls?
Wait, no, go back and let's pause on her face while she says that.
Oh, it's not too smirky. Like, this is probably the only genuine question.
Probably
right?
very bad. I actually talked to my husband about this, and I think it's probably like the worst period pain ever.
I know I can guarantee it's worse than the worst period pain ever, because the worst period pain ever that I can imagine can't hold a candle to childbirth pain, and I think that probably getting kicked in the balls is comparable to childbirth pain. It doesn't last for like 6 hours, but at least it doesn't unless you have like a serious permanent injury or a twisted testicle or something. But yeah, I did know a guy in high school. He actually had a twisted testicle, and he was literally on the ground in the fetal position sobbing. And this is a guy who got beat up. He got his nose broken. You know, like he had all kinds of nasty things happen to him, and never really, like, he just sort of shrugged them off. But that one injury, his twisted testicle, was left him sobbing and sweating and unable to move, and just absolutely debilitated, and he had to be carried away in an ambulance and have surgery to fix it. So, yeah.
All right.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, putting it, I suppose, into perspective for people, it is exceptionally painful. I mean, testicular torsion is horrendous. I mean, even if you just ask a guy who's had like an infection, even just like a slight inflammation of like the testicle or the surrounding tissue, they will be basically bedbound for days, because it's, you know, you can't physically move because it's so tender and horrible to the touch. But yeah, no, an actual kick or a punch is excruciating pain. It's a pain that basically goes immediately from the groin up into the diaphragm, which is why some guys who experience that actually just end up vomiting.
Yeah.
As a result of it. Yeah, it is excruciatingly painful.
There you go.
Perhaps we should move on.
Question answered, bitch.
In the balls.
Do you ever get tired of trying to be manly all the time?
Do you ever get tired of trying to judge men all the time? Like, does that you'd ever just take a day off from that shit? Or is that basically your entire life?
The whole idea of trying to be manly all the time is trying to avoid judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, actually. Well, so really, let's turn it around on her. Like, do you ever get tired of judging men? Do you ever get tired of inventing new things to cluck about with men? Like, you got okay, let's do the thing again, Karen. There's man-spreading and mansplaining and
man-interrupting, man-slamming.
And patriarchy and toxic masculinity and rape culture and boys will be boys and on and on and on and on and on, and all of it has the same essential core. I get to tell men and boys how they should experience their lives and how they should act and behave and think.
Yep.
Do you ever get tired of that? Do you ever get tired of being a fucking bossy control freak?
I don't think they do, actually, Allison. I think men probably get tired of constantly being on the defensive and constantly having to prove that they're, you know, not mansplainers and not manspreaders and not man-interrupters and not man-slammers and not, you know, vulnerable and not useless and not worthless and not rapists and not misogynists and not, woman haters and not sexist and not horrible and not awful and not mean and not harassers and not, generally like super assholes. I think men probably get tired of defending themselves against that. And, you know, uh, so maybe these women could stop throwing all of those accusations out, and then men would be less concerned about proving themselves the one good man, right? The good man who, and here's the thing too, right? Because masculine culture does demand things of men. But when a masculine culture demands something of a man, right? Like Alan Franson said, with his boxing coach, right? Or his workout coach when he tried boxing, right? And he smirked and he kind of said, oh, well, that was more of a slap. In other words, you throw like a girl, right? That's a challenge, yes, right? But inherent in that challenge is, here's your opportunity to get your balls back, right? This is, I am giving you the opportunity to grab your balls. And so all you have to do is take the opportunity to grab your balls. All you have to do is try, is rise to the challenge. Even if you fail, you still tried. You didn't shy away. You didn't chicken out. You didn't shy away from the challenge. You tried. You gave it your effort, right? This is what masculine culture does, right? Feminine culture, when it comes to men, doesn't even offer them the option of getting their balls back. It just says, you will behave in this way, but your balls are still in my purse.
Indeed. I wanted to add something to something you said earlier as well. Being a good man isn't just being he for she or this feminist shit. It's also being a good provider. And that's a huge part of being manly. And being strong and protecting women. Also huge parts of being manly. All to do with when they're not, for most part, men do it because I think they care about women, not just because they want to stop women judging them constantly. But those are other aspects of being manly. So when you say, why do you have to constantly focus on being manly, and we say, well, why do you constantly have to focus on judging men for not living up to your standards, whatever your manliness standards are? I think it's very apt to say that in response.
Yeah.
Men will stop proving how manly they are when you stop demanding that they be manly.
Yeah. And you know what? Even saying you is erroneous. Like, this is you specifically. These women and their behavior that they're specifically doing right now, because not all women are engaging in that behavior. Enough of them
True.
are, but not all.
Lots of them are. Probably the majority of them are. But and like I would recommend anybody to go watch Brene Brown's TED Talk on shame. When she gave a talk on shame as far as women, and shame and vulnerability in terms of women, and men approached her at the book signing afterwards, and he said, well, why don't you discuss men and shame and vulnerability? And she said, well, I don't study men. And he said, well, that's convenient. And he said it's not, everybody's going to say it's my dad, my coach, my brothers, my friends, right? That drives my feelings of shame. But no, it's not. It's the women in my life. It's my wife and my daughters who would rather see me die on my white horse than fall. Right? They drive my feelings of shame. Right? So anybody who's interested in a very interesting discussion about shame as it applies to men would be advised to watch Brene Brown's talk on shame. It was a TED talk, not a TEDx talk. So Moving on to equality, apparently.
Why are you so afraid of gender equality?
What?
Because it doesn't include them.
Because it doesn't include equality of responsibility or
No.
equality of accountability. It just includes equality of rights, and it doesn't even include equality of rights either, because women have more rights than men. So
What does it include? Like, because the word that you use the word equality, but I don't think you know what it means.
Zing.
okay, moving on, because we
It's
all
the
have
same
things.
reason why Winston was afraid of the Ministry of Peace.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
Ministry of Youth.
Oh, sorry, more appropriately, the Ministry of Truth.
Ministry of Truth, Ministry of Peace, Ministry of everything.
Because equality is the shield you hide behind in order to advance an agenda that is anything but.
Yeah.
Do I deserve to be paid less than you?
In what world does 77
What?
cents?
There we go. Fucking knew they'd slip it in.
In what world does 77 cents equal $1? Yeah, in the world where when you work 77% as many hours, you earn 77% as much pay. Like, grow up, like, pick up an actual book, read some actual economists, find out what that 77 cents actually represents. Discover that you're not being victimized. It's the most amazing feeling.
Well, and also consider that a wage gap doesn't necessarily mean one group isn't oppressed, because I think if you put your cogitators on, you can imagine some scenarios throughout history in which one group earned more, but another group was privileged over them. Earned more or created more material goods. That one group earned more or created more material goods, but the group that didn't earn more or create those material goods was privileged over the group that did.
This is one of the things that drives me crazy about economic, analysis, is they use the raw GDP, right? The raw GDP, the raw GDP does not take into account the fact that a case of cancer, terminal cancer, boosts the GDP just as much as a small business starting up with a great new product, right? It doesn't take into account that a man who dies in a horrible car accident, right, may boost the GDP more than if he lived to die of natural causes 30 years later, right? And what the GDP would say about a plantation in the South of the United States, right? What it would say about, oh, that plantation has a great GDP, right? Does that mean that everybody on that estate, every worker, was benefiting from the productivity of that estate, of that plantation? Does it mean that the slaves were profiting just as much as the owner of the plantation, even though they were putting in all of the work, right? They were generating all of the productivity. They were generating all of that GDP, but who benefits from it?
Yeah.
Not them.
Yeah. Well, you have to consider,
Right?
when you're analyzing these situations, and I apologize, people. Google Plus is really sluggish today for some reason. When you're analyzing all of these situations, and by the way, preface, we are not actually making a judgment on the situation between men and women and what it resembles. We're saying that you can't look at who's doing the earning and who is not, and determine from that one group is privileged over the other. There are other factors that have to be taken into account. So you can't just say there's a wage gap, because guess what? When you looked at slave ownership in, for example, an urban setting, and slaves had skilled trades, and this applies to a lot of different slave owning cultures. When slaves had a skilled trade, often their owners would earn nothing. They would not be able to make a wage. And in fact, in the ancient Rome, owners of slaves often couldn't take the same job as slaves. And so the slave population was earning considerably more than their owners. And yet, who, at the end of the day, did the government say those earnings belonged to? The government took the earnings and gave it to whom? That's a crucial component of all of this that has to be answered before you can answer the question of whether or not a wage gap is actually oppressive to one group. You have to look at what the government says. Who the government says gets that money at the end of the day.
Yeah, you have to look at spending power, not just earning power.
Yes, you have to look at spending power, not just earning power. And we're not saying that men are slaves and women are slave owners or any of that shit. We're saying that if you look at history through the lens of saying wage gap always indicates oppression of the people who are earning less, then you're going to have a very distorted view of history and a lot of the various problems that we had throughout history. So these women are essentially the kind of people that would go and say, slaves are earning more than us, therefore they're privileged over us.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly the same fucking logic. It makes as much sense in both situations. And why does it make sense in this situation? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, too, right? Like, feminists make a huge, big, hairy deal about the wage gap, but they don't ever talk about spending power, right? They really don't talk about spending power other than things like, retired women, they don't have enough money saved for retirement, out of their own fucking shit, right? Okay, when their husbands die, an average of 7 years earlier than they do, right? Then they get all of that, all of those retirement savings, and there's only one person to spend them on rather than two. But they essentially they look at the earnings gap as a major problem, but they don't actually look at the fact that the spending power of people in the United States is roughly equal. 80% of spending decisions in the average American family, 80% of them women have a say in, 80% of them men have a say in, right? Men have control over 80% of spending decisions in America. Women have control over 80% of spending decisions in America. Some of those are joint decisions, right? They don't look at that. They don't look at what that means. What that means is that women have the ability to spend money that they did not earn.
Well, and the other thing is that if you look at businesses, a lot of payroll or even budgetary decisions are made by women. There's a lot of female financial officers. That's a really significant influence as well. And then finally, you can look at government spending. In the one area that I've seen anybody ever do research into this area, government spends something like 200 times more on services for women than it does for men. And this was a survey of Alberta, and it's on Reddit. I could probably find it if I tried really hard, but nobody looks into these kinds of statistics. So it was somebody who dealt with statistics in government who actually looked into it and on his own and published the results on Men's Rights Reddit. And it's pretty freaking astounding. It's like 200 times more on services to women than men.
It was in the multiple millions of dollars for women, and it was $57,000 for men.
And this is a province, so I mean that explains why the lower amounts. But seriously,
yeah, all right.
This is way too simplified. And if you even accept the logic that a wage gap equals oppression, it's way too freaking simplified. Then you accept the logic that slaves in history oppress their masters.
Yeah.
If that's the only vector you're going to allow for so-called oppression, then you're accepting that logic.
There you go. All right, moving on.
Yes. Is that fair? Why are you intimidated by a woman who makes more money than you?
Because she's going to probably leave him because she thinks he's a deadbeat.
Yeah.
Yep, this is actually another thing which I think has been repeatedly sociologically proven, that women who out-earn their men are in unhappy relationships and do often cheat. That actually, I wish I could find that page. I don't think I bookmarked it, but it was actually found economically that women who out-earn men are by far the most likely group to cheat, followed by men who out-earn women, and then people who earn about the same. That actually, when a woman out-earns a man, her likelihood of promiscuity fucking skyrockets.
Yeah. No, and you look at too, like male doctors are willing to date female doctors and female nurses. Female doctors are only willing to date male doctors. They're not willing to date male nurses or male plumbers or men who are below their socioeconomic status. And even when they are willing to do that, they're not willing to support those men. They're not willing to spend their own money to provide for those men. They want to keep their finances separate. When you actually look at studies of egalitarianism in financial decisions, when men are the primary or sole breadwinners, 80% of the family money decisions are made by their joint decisions by both parties, right? When women are the sole or primary breadwinners, 80% of the financial decisions in that family are made by the woman, not a joint decision at all, right? Women do not want to pay to support men.
Yeah,
It's not,
this is something which.
it's not even so much that they don't want to be with somebody who earns less than them. If they could be with a starving artist who's like super talented, and and that's worth it to them, and they'll be with them. But they're not going to pay for him to just they're not going to pay for him to live. The finances are separate.
Yeah, this is something which I read it was kind of an impromptu experiment run in China. There was some guy who did it in his school, in I think it was a college or something like that, or a university, where he basically he did it sort of on a slightly more primitive level because he couldn't use money. So instead he used like snack foods, and he brought it into like his university class. And on one day he said, "Okay, I'm going to give this to all the women, all the girls in the class get these snacks, and you can then just they're yours, and you can do whatever you want with them." And basically all the girls just kept it, and the only guys who ever got a look in were like 2 or 3 of the really popular guys in the class, and all the other guys just got absolutely nothing out of this. And then he reran the same experiment about a week later, and except this time he reversed the gender. Said, "Okay, because the girls had their turn last week, all the boys this week get their turn." And he noticed that basically everything got distributed almost perfectly equally between everyone.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was really weird because every single time he would do this, and he kept this going, I think, a few times, like throughout a term. Every single time it was the same. That the women would just hoard and only give to the preferred males, but when all the males got everything, like girls who ignored those guys at all other times would suddenly start talking to them and become really social, and everything got divvied out equally. It was really weird how that happened.
Isn't that so strange?
Very weird.
Yet somehow, like NGOs in places like Haiti, they give aid, food aid and stuff like that, just to the women and not to the men, because they're worried about men hoarding it and not sharing it with the women. And yeah. Anyhow, moving on.
That's awesome. More money.
Why are opinionated women seen as bitches?
Because you are bitches. Opinionated women whose opinions are informed are generally not seen as bitches.
Opinionated women who think that their entire purpose in life is to judge men for and to develop new and rarefied ways of judging men generally are considered to be bitches, because you are a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, moving on.
And opinionated men are seen as bossy.
No, they're not. I have known lots of opinionated men, and lots of them don't do very well. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're idiots, and people see them as idiots, and because their opinions are not informed, and their opinions are not backed by reasoning or evidence. Who could possibly fall into this category? Steve Shives. Steve Shives. Not very successful. I suppose I could look and see how many.
No. Let's not look at Steve Shives. Let's just go banana.
But
Banana.
I don't think he has a whole lot of subscribers.
No,
And I
even
think
more. He doesn't really get much views.
he's been hemorrhaging subscribers for a long time because his opinions
Or obnoxious.
well, and so indefensible that he has to resort to blocking people rather than defending his opinions.
Well, I remember a particularly choice one because Jonathan was playing the video. He's like, why do men interrupt discussions of illegal equality to ask what rights do women have that men don't, or men have that women don't? It's like, well, that's the basic.
Yeah. No, we're talking about legal rights. We're talking about equal rights between men and women. So what business do you have asking the question, what rights do men have that women don't under the law?
What business is it of yours to ask the basic question of what we are dealing with?
Yeah, no, it's fucking retarded.
Why would you take stock of everything when you're trying to measure everything? That's crazy.
And why would you answer a question? It's much easier to just block the person, right? So, yeah. All right, moving on.
Why aren't you speaking up when you hear your male friends behind closed doors make jokes that are offensive to women?
Oh my fucking God, I hate this. You have a responsibility to police men in a locker room, to police their conversation based on the fact that there's a woman with a fucking spy cam hiding in a locker listening in on the conversation. And she might be offended. Oh my fucking, I don't care. I don't care. Do you know the kinds of shit that I talk about with my boyfriend? Do you know the kinds of stuff that I say when I'm in unguarded conversation with people that I feel safe around? My conversations between me and my boyfriend would be, if there was a transcript out there, they would be considered abusive. And I don't even know which direction the abuse would be going. People would consider me abusing him and him abusing me, and we'd just be abusing each other and oh my God, we must hate each other and the whole, because we joke with each other constantly. And yeah, don't fucking police me, please. I should be able to say whatever the fuck I want to my boyfriend in the privacy of my own fucking bedroom, and men should be able to say whatever they want to each other in the privacy of the fucking men's room, standing at the urinals with their dicks out, right?
And not have to deal with women coming in for sandwiches.
Not have to deal with women coming in and saying, "That's misogynist!" I don't care. They can be commenting, "Oh, that fucking bridesmaid had a great rack." I don't fucking care. Yeah, she probably did. Whatever. I don't care. God. These women, they literally want to crawl into men's brains and,
wear them like man suits.
Dictate how these men think, how they feel, everything, every last bit of these men's personhoods should be dictated by what makes these fucking stupid dictatorial cunts feel comfortable. I just get over it. And also, you have no tits. And look at that high neckline. Why are you even in this video? Where's your cleavage? Where's your tits? Get the fuck out.
Okay. TL dear, do you have anything to say to that?
When Karen goes on the Karen train mode like that, I just kind of stand and just want to just watch it, just plow through everything, and just give a nod with a kind of, that'll do, pig. That'll do. At the end of it.
Are you calling me a pig? Are you calling me a pig? You vote for Trump, don't you? Like, I can't. Like, they literally want to be the thought police for guys. Like, can't you give. Like, Amy Schumer can have an entire stage to bitch about what bugs her about guys, right? She can have an entire stage and an audience of people applauding her. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. Also, cottage cheese in your panties. Yeah, hilarious, right? Okay, she can have that, right? Bitching about guys. Bitching about guys or talking about guys' dicks. Oh, my God, that guy's dick was so huge. It was just so amazing. Oh, my God, right? All of these women can talk about men however they fucking want, right? Men, even among other men, where there are no women there to overhear it, they're supposed to tailor their conversation so as not to offend the most delicate, fragile petals of femininity, right? The most delicate, fragile petals of femininity. Not the average woman, but the most sensitive woman. If the most sensitive woman on the entire planet could possibly be offended by what these guys are talking to when they're like freaking spraying anti-stink spray in their jock straps in the locker room, right? If she might be offended by it, then it's not okay for them to say it, and the other men in that environment should tell them that they're being horrible, horrible misogynists. Like, I don't... the hubris involved in this.
It is slightly terrifying. But one thing which I think needs to maybe be thought about here is they don't know like what these men are saying in these environments. But I love how it's just assumed that any time a man is talking about a woman and like there isn't a woman present, so you as one of the good men, you must be the de facto woman representative. You must be the honorary woman in the room to police the men. It's just the instant assumption that men talking about women in their man spaces, that it must somehow instantly be derogatory of women.
Yeah.
Like that, it can't be positive about it. Like if a guy is in a situation, he's like, oh yeah, last night my girlfriend was a total bitch to me because she did yada 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 yada. And, oh, you as the honorary woman man in the room must step forth and plant your massive white shield firmly in the ground and say, how dare you insult milady, you filthy, disgusting sexist. Like, not realizing that actually maybe the guy is just trying to talk about his emotions so that when he goes home, he's actually worked everything out and can then deal with whatever issue he's having with the girlfriend or the wife or whatever, and things can move forward and actually work.
Yeah.
That maybe sometimes guys just need to fucking let something out and have a bit of a bitch too.
Yeah.
No, never! You must always be defending young Maiden's honor. She looks like she's a frickin' buoy, out in an ocean somewhere, just sort of bobbing. She needs some.
All I know is she doesn't have her tits out, so I got no time for her.
She needs some seagulls.
Well, and look at this. This is actually kind of pathetic. Like,
I thought you liked women without tits. I think it's just her personality, Karen.
I think so. I actually really like women with little boobs.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure where this came from.
I don't like this woman, and
Yeah, I think it's your I think it's your personality. I think most of this, whenever you go off on, it's usually just a personality. Really.
Yeah. You know, like I just when I don't like somebody, they get less attractive to me. When I really do like somebody, they get more attractive to me. I dated a guy who literally he said that he wore a hair shirt every day. And he was right. The first time he took off his shirt, it was like, holy fucking shit. You're like an orangutan. Um, but it didn't put me off because I really liked him, right? I really liked him, you know, his personality. I really liked who he was. I really liked him. And so it was like the hair that he had, which was literally like a sweater, um, it was okay, right? And yeah, so she's like very conventionally attractive, and she has boobs like I like, which are little, but I don't like her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the banana.
And I don't find her attractive. And yeah.
Why are you so afraid of recognizing your own privilege? It
Oh,
doesn't mean it's
Oh,
bad.
jeez.
Recognize it and do something about it.
and
What?
do
Okay, all right. If you're gonna present men with this idea of original sin, why don't you? I'm just looking at the look on her face. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Why don't you give them some steps to derp?
okay,
um, yeah, move it a little along. Move it a little along so I can focus. It's still a little derpy. Um,
yeah.
so if you're gonna present the idea that men suffer from original sin, um, what the hell are you doing, Karen?
Well, I'm just wondering why all of these things are popping up, but they aren't like they don't have
It's
anything in them at
probably
this point.
because it's near the end of the video and they time
Yeah.
coded the links wrong for the two videos and the subscribe at the top.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Stop playing with the boxes. It's really just
I'm doing
fucking.
it.
Oh,
I'm
Jesus
playing.
Karen, stop playing with your box, damn it.
no,
I
you're
This
not.
is not the time nor the
many
place.
boxes. Many boxes. Several,
Oh,
3.
Jesus! You're like a ferret. You're just
I got my
fascinated.
finger. I got my finger in this box, and now I got my finger in this box. Look, and I have
Yes.
another finger in this box. Oh yeah.
All right,
All right.
Karen. Yes. It's her face is distracting enough. Okay. If you're gonna posit that men have this mysterious force called privilege, why don't you give them some concrete steps to so-called overcome it? If you don't have any fucking concrete steps, it sounds more like you just want a way of controlling people, specifically men. To do
Well,
whatever, just be in a position to always being doing whatever you want them to do.
well, this is where religion is superior to like this bullshit because say like 10 Hail Marys and 5 like freaking pater somethings, and you'll be absolved of your sins, right? Like that's what you have to do. This is the concrete thing that you have to do. You have to repent in your heart and recite these phrases this many times, and then yeah, and then we're good, right? Until the next time. Um, but these women, it's like, what can men do? I mean, if they like, have they not actually considered the idea that when men are in a locker room and they're spraying the like no stink spray in their jock straps, right? And one of them talks about titties, and the other one is like, that's not very respectful of women, right? That this is not actually something that is a Hail Mary that you can say 5 of them and then you're done, right? And then once you're done with that, you just have to not sin anymore. Um, no, you have to keep doing it over and over and over again, and there's no end to it, and there's no getting over the male privilege thing. There's no
Well, that's
no.
just it. To take this metaphor, it's not that you have to say the prayer to be absolved. It's that in order to be absolved of your original sin, you must conquer Jerusalem. Except Jerusalem is a lie.
Jerusalem is on the far side of the moon.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not like, no, you have to say these prayers and then you're fine, or do a list. No, you have to go on a never-ending crusade.
Yeah.
That is the solution. That is the only means of repentance for your male privilege. You must
Because there
at
might
all
be a man.
times stand up for women. You must at all times use your large platform. You must at all times use your large platform to raise the voices of women and marginalized people. That's where all of this shit comes in, where they constantly say things like that. That is your repentance for original sin. You must always be in service of women, because we've never tried that before in all of human history, ever.
Well, I just find it interesting that they assume that men have a large platform. Like they think that men's dicks, like that men can misrepresent the size of their dicks, and make their dicks seem bigger or something. I don't even know what that argument was about. But they seem to think that men automatically have this massive platform from which they can dictate how other people behave. And men don't. It's women who have that platform.
All I can say is that, Teal dear, you've done your duty as a man. You've shared your platform with a pair of women.
Yep.
And
Yep,
I think that you should be good in the eyes of feminists.
No, he's good until 15 minutes from now when he has to start all over again.
Oh no, well, but
Acknowledging his privilege and redeeming himself.
yeah, but also
haven't I platformed the wrong kind of women though?
Yeah,
Haven't
probably.
I
Yeah,
the heretics?
Yeah, that's right. Men platforming the heretics is, and it's so funny because if you say that men don't have to actually give a platform to women that disagree with feminism, they don't actually have to benefit women who aren't feminist. They can just smack them, give them some surprise anal sex. Whatever, doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want to non-feminist women. Is it really women that you're advocating for as a movement, or just feminism?
Well,
As an ideology.
I have the sneaking suspicion that feminism is not interested in reducing the amount of rape of women that goes on. It's not interested in a whole bunch of things. It's interested in using the prevalence of rape of women to perpetuate itself and its own power, right? And so it actually has an interest in maintaining the status quo and making sure that there are lots of rapes going on, because that gives them a political bludgeon to use when they make their demands. It's like they're not really interested in the well-being of women at all.
It does seem so. I mean, at least if you speak out, even in the most slight of ways, because it's funny, is if you listen to what I did at Calgary Expo, what I spoke of was actually probably you really firmly fit it into the second wave ideas, at least the better ones, and yet
Yeah,
that slight deviation from feminist cant, and it's like burn the witch, slight deviation. All right. Okay.
Yeah, but this is the weird thing about feminism. I know so many other people have noted it, but again, I think this is just something that bears repeating because, well, I suppose the theme of this entire podcast has been repetition because they've brought up the same points over and over. Feminism is truly the only ideology, the only social cause thing that has no interest in making itself obsolete.
Well, I don't know.
That surely should be the point of it. The point of feminism is that feminism should at some point not be necessary. But every single time they say, oh, we're making great steps in this, but we've still got more to go. The thing is, there's always still more to go. because they never state an objective end goal. Therefore, they will go on forever. But I have a very definitive end goal for my YouTube channel, and that is to never have to do anything on it ever again because people have stopped being morons. Maybe one day that'll happen.
I don't think it will, but you know, like I sort of agree with you in the sense that feminism is fairly unique in this, but I would say like sort of movements like Black Lives Matter, they are essentially creating problems or highlighting problems that don't necessarily exist. Not saying that racism doesn't exist in America. I believe it absolutely does, but they are essentially they're making such they're almost more offended by the poop swastika, right, than anybody was offended by, you know, the treatment of the Freedom Riders, you know, while cops stood back and looked on and watched them getting beaten, right? That when you have these certain movements that seem to be just once they internalize victimhood as a portion of their identity, right, then they can't ever let that go. They can't ever admit that they're not victims of something, because all of their power comes from the fact that they're victims of something. So it's not just feminism, but feminism is massively a problem in this respect, that it will not let go of women's victimhood, because the moment it does, it becomes obsolete.
Banana.
Banana. Oh my God, is there more? Oh, there we go. There was no more.
Finally.
Thank God. Fuck. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was long enough.
We did it. We made it to the end.
We did indeed. And I did have to mute Karen. I think she can unmute herself now because she's out of the
Oh, whatever. I was unmuting myself lots during the thing.
I know, I apologize for that, but Google Plus was just delaying that shit for...
I know. You kept unmuting me, and then you'd click once, and you'd be like, oh, it didn't register, and then you click again, and then it would register like 30 seconds later.
Oh,
and
God.
Yeah.
The control room is a little bit inefficient, as it were.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a little frustrating. But.
So, what did you guys think of this?
Well, it was pretty standard. I mean,
standard idiocy.
Well, it's just like standard, 36 questions women have for men when women don't understand what men actually think, feel, or do.
Oh, I think it's even worse than that. I mean, they don't even seem to think that men are human. I mean, they can't even just sort of like just think about the situations that men are in and the social pressures that men are under, and just think about how they would think if they were in that situation. That would get an approximation, I imagine, that would be a little bit more accurate than whatever the hell that was.
Well, one of the things that I've actually said in the past was, and I said it on a Thunderfoot video, that his last video, left a comment, and I essentially said that the reason why I'm able to understand men in ways that people find surprising for a woman is I always look at a attitude or behavior or whatever, and I ask myself, is there something that can explain this attitude or behavior that doesn't boil down to men are bad and should feel bad, right? Is there something, what could there be, that is charitable, right, to interpret this behavior or this attitude that men engage in or hold, right? And when you actually look at it in terms of not assuming the worst of men right from the get-go and actually wanting to assume the best of men from the get-go, you don't always come up with, oh, this attitude or this behavior on men is 100% benevolent. You don't get that. But what you get is a spectrum of motivations and intentions and causes and attitudes on the part of men that run the gamut, like the full human gamut, that aren't all men are bad and should feel bad. And oh my fucking god, just shut the god damn it. Anyhow, and so this is how I managed. It was essentially taking the charitable approach was what got me where I am now, where I'm sort of able to like understand how men think and feel and behave and what drives them and all of that, and in ways that men say, yeah, no, you nailed it, right, is because I didn't automatically assume malfeasance on their part. I just said, well, is there something that isn't horrible that could have led men to be
Yeah, this just isn't horrible. It's but maybe men aren't Satan. You know, they aren't demons. Maybe men are just human beings, just like us. I know it's a radical thought. A lot of people think that these kinds of thoughts are pretty scary, pretty anti-woman. But it's a thought. It's something that you could entertain, at least passingly. Just as a little bit of
men
fun.
aren't horrible. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They're not horrible.
Any final thoughts?
Yeah, this entire video for me is just kind of like so many points that BuzzFeed make about these gender relations. It's just one lengthy spew of Hanlon's razor. Just never assume malice where stupidity will suffice, and that seems to be their view of men, but they are jumping straight to the malice. Except the alternative might not even be stupidity. The alternative might very well just be that you're wrong. Maybe we should have that and turn it into Dia's razor. Never assume malice when you could be wrong.
Exactly. Like a lot of people could use that kind of advice.
Yeah, let's just sort of go with something like that, and just I can't fucking stand these BuzzFeed things. I don't want to repeat what I said earlier because well, I think I pretty much said it all. I'm sick of these fucking gish galloping parrots everywhere, just spewing absolute shite. They just have no clue what they're talking about, and just if they would take a single fucking moment to descend from their ivory towers and mingle with the plebs for even an hour or two, God forbid they should actually learn something about, well, the other half of humanity that they seem to be quite happily willing to throw under the bus for their own titillation, basically.
Well, I think in a lot of cases I don't even know if in some cases it's really malfeasance on their part. I think there's this powerful training for women to just view men as these almost like humanless forces that only exist in terms of how they have an effect on women. And yeah, there is a lot of malfeasance there. I don't even know if there's a recognition of any kind of personhood. It almost starts to feel like they think of men as being these forces of like almost like faceless negativity.
Well, they have to. They have to think of men like that, otherwise their entire theory couldn't work.
You're probably right about that.
Because it's like as soon as you realize that it's like, no, men actually feel things, and men, actually on the most part kind of like women, well, that's kind of blown everything you want out of the water, because as soon as they start to recognize things like, men like women and want to keep them safe and want to protect them, and this is quite a normal urge for a lot of men, then suddenly they have to totally reevaluate patriarchy theory. I think we covered this the last time I was here. It's like, yeah, even if you look at patriarchal societies and societies where women are what we would consider by Western standards oppressed, because those men really love their women and want to keep them safe, they just take a very heavy-handed approach to it. But that would require acknowledging that men feel things. They can't do that.
Well, that men feel things other than malice, right? That men are actually restricting their women's freedoms and all of that out of love rather than out of hate, right? Just the way I would restrict my child's freedom out of my love and my care and my concern for him, rather than out of like my hatred and me wanting to make him feel inferior, make him feel like, a second-class citizen, make him suffer, make him like, really unhappy. No, the reason why I restrict his freedoms is not because of that. It's because I want him to be safe. I don't want him to make mistakes that sometimes when kids who are teenagers make mistakes, those mistakes can't be come back from. I know this personally because I had a stepson die at age 19 from a mistake. And I would really rather not have my 13-year-old make a similar mistake. So if I restrict my 13-year-old's freedoms in ways that my ex's ex didn't restrict her son's freedoms, it's not because I hate my son. It's because I don't want to lose my son. It's because I don't want my son to make one of those mistakes that you can't come back from. And I think that essentially, when you have feminists saying that the entirety of gender roles and all of these norms and these restrictions that were placed on both sexes, not just on women, but that they were all geared towards exploiting women and keeping them subjugated and making them unhappy and exploiting them for men's benefit and all of that shit. I just look at how I feel about my children, and I think, that's not why I am protective of my children. That's not why I have put limitations on what my children are allowed to do. That's not why I have restricted my children's freedoms. That's not why I've done any of those things. And to assume that it's malfeasance is just really egregious. It's a dehumanization of men who are mostly acting out of care and concern for their female loved ones. So,
Nah, men are just evil. It's easier that way. And speaking of evil men, if you're a Honey Badger listener who is in a financial situation where $5 means a lot, on a previous Rantzerker, I offered to give you $5 to help out. Pledge it to Honey Badger Radio in her name, or to a men's issues cause of your choice. If you want to take me up on this, please send me a message at topic@badgerpod.com. So far, 5 people have taken me up on my offer. One is a young man living off of food banks requested the funds go to help him eat. Siobhan is asking me to donate it to the UK initiative Mankind, providing services to male victims of domestic violence. Alex is pledging $5 in the name of his son Aiden, whom he wants to grow up in a world compassionate to the issues of men and boys. And Corin is pledging $5 and says, "For a long time I've been disgusted and afraid of my own gender, and it was Karen's famous Men and the Disposable Male which began my questioning whether men were innately evil. Correcting this damaging mindset for me means an awful lot to myself and to those I've shared this information with. Both men and women I've spoken to have been so relieved to discover they don't need to live in a dynamic where they are destined to be either predator or prey. I don't have a lot of money, Alison, but your offer at the end of this week's Rantzerker was so generous that you would actually donate to listeners. It left me feeling so touched that I want you to know I will make it a priority to pass on what I can when I can. In the meantime, if you want to donate $5 in my name to the show, that would be awesome. But I won't ever need or want you to give it to me for any other purpose. I want it always to go to the radio show." Let me tell you, Corin, you say I'm generous, but I want to thank you and Alex for giving me the chance to become a Honey Badger radio patron myself. It's really clarified some stuff in my mind, Becoming a Honey Badger Radio patron, pledging to support Honey Badger Radio has clarified my answer to why it is I support this initiative. And the answer to why is this. Of the people I've met, the team I've brought together here constitute the smartest people I've ever met. And not just smart in the right way, in a brave way. These people will question things. They won't settle for pat answers. And they won't even settle for comfortable truths that they feel comfortable with. And they hold themselves to a standard of morality that I have never seen before in another group of people. Those odds to bring about a world that Alex wants for his son Aiden, a world in which Aiden is treated like a ball of potential instead of condemned as a criminal, and Corin wants for men and women in which they don't have to see each other as predator or prey. Those long odds get a whole hell of a lot less long with this team on the job. And realizing why I pledge my support to Honey Badger Radio made me realize the real question isn't why, but when. When do I want this change to start to happen? For me, the answer is now. Hell, the answer is yesterday. I don't want the change to happen in a generation, in 10 years, in 5 years. I want it now. I want it right now. Here's my question to you. Do you want this change to happen now? Not in a week, a year, a generation, but now. Then take me up on my offer to pledge it in your name at topic@badgerpod.com, or if you can help financially, go to www.patreon.com/honeybadgerradio, and let's get this thing started. Thank you.